Yeah. Meow meow. Meow meow meow. Do 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 do. Alright, let's go get some bossy bosses and other stuff, which would be really nice. Hello, Miss Helix. I've got my decaffeinated coffee. I will bring water at some point, but that's okay. How are you? What's been shaking? Did you get some good rest? I'm gonna go do some spattle tails. I put a new little outfit together too. I did a little Tethrin fashion framing last night. I've still got to figure out what I want to do for Siren and Osheldar, but that's okay. I did just help another streamer get through the arcade. The poor thing. It's a doozy of a puzzle, that's for sure. Your head's on fire? Taking tomorrow? Yeah, that's a good idea, I think. Hell yeah, nice. Oh yeah, you got the streamiversary. Excellent, that's very cool. Oh my god, I'm getting my ass kicked here. Okay, camera, what is going on with you today? Get rid of the dog. You're annoying. I'm going to compound damage against you, and then I'm absolutely going to get my ass handed to me. Apparently. Does the life leech even work with Tethrin? Yeah, there you go. See, now you're all screwed. There you go. That's better. It's technically Wednesday, but we don't have time to prep. Yeah, prep time is definitely a good thing, for sure. I basically do things on the fly, essentially. But I did actually get some good setup with a whole bunch of the sound channels as well. So now I can actually manage all the different sound channels separately, which I wasn't doing that before. So now I think when I join a Discord, it should still basically play game sound channels, but then Discord is separated from that, thankfully. So I spent quite a bit of time yesterday setting those bits and pieces up. A little bit slow to do it, but you know, good things take time. But there's so much I wanted to do on cover, plus 2-year Soulframe anniversary next month. So yeah, wow, that's awesome. Yeah. I think... what would it be, like, from Preludes 8 to 11? It'd only be like a couple of months for me. I'm sure I could probably double check all the stats and stuff on that, and see what I'd like to do for the stream anniversary of 6 months. I could probably do like a 3-month, essentially. I need to do more for my sounds as well. Yeah. I'm not sure what streaming software that you use. I use OBS. So I actually use the add source of application audio capture, and then I just name them. And that's helped so much, so I can actually pre-manage everything. The only thing that I am finding that is a little bit funky is the actual sound for the microphone. It still picks up quite a lot of stuff, like keyboard and mouse, which is annoying, but oh well. Alright, where's Avocado? He doesn't show up anymore. Where are you, little bird? I need you. I need you for my quest. If you please. Come on, do your ritual. Or maybe not. No? Okay, apparently I'm not seeing him at all. There we go. I need to invest in a better microphone so Peter doesn't eat mine all the time. True. Tegster, how are you? I'm still saving for Helix's gift pack. I'm very excited. I really hope that they allow us to be able to do that. If not, I'm still going to send it to you anyway. Where is Avocot? Honestly, this little dude. Gifting? Yeah. Where is Avocot? He's not showing up. That's really annoying. Alright, where's the 3-star? Nightfall. But yes, gifting is the idea. Avocot, where you at, bud? You're supposed to be right here, unless you're invisible. And apparently doesn't want to show up. No? Okay. We'll just skip the tier star 2 bounty then. Helix already gone. What does that mean? They might. We put a few feelers up there, but we hope we'll push Soul Short this week to address it. Yeah, indeed. I really hope that they do address that. I would hope. We'll make it work though. Yeah, okay. Little dude is not showing up, so I guess let's go do Spider-Mom. Spider-Mom. Yeah, Helix is still around. Ish. Just not on your platform. But how goes your evening, Tegstar? What time would it be there for you? I'm also drinking decaffeinated coffee. It's not ideal, but it still has the flavor. My brain goes too crazy if I have proper coffee. Okay, so these dudes definitely take a good amount of damage with 2 hits from Bottom Metal, which is nice. 2250, so like 1050. I do like 24-hour time zones. Time frame, sorry. It makes a lot of sense to me. Yeah, Helix is still around. Interesting. The attack seems slightly slower though. I swear there's some like mini kind of updates and upgrades happening every time I log into the game. It's either that or maybe just my PC is slowing down. Yeah, I love 24-hour time explanation. It makes sense to me. That was rude. I did do a different build setup for the Sword and Lord though. Really enjoying them, honestly. Okay. Get out of here. I'm wondering if the camera is going to be like rejigged, because it definitely seems to stick on enemies. I have been playing around with some of the where is it? The UI sensitivity. So I'm gonna drop that completely and just see what that does, and then just try this sensitivity instead by itself. I might keep on 24 hours so I can tell if it's morning or night. I used to work weird hours. Well, I mean, that makes sense. Like, I do like 24-hour time for that. So yeah, it makes it easier to be like, oh, okay, it's PM, because I'm seeing like dual digits essentially. Sword and board has been great. Yeah, the stun and knockdown have been awesome. Actually, I'll show you quick Helix as well. The setup that I put through the sword and board. It's actually quite good. I tried the AMP thing once. Ooh, AMPM, evil. Zargan, evening. Hello, how are you? Where are we? I actually spread out quite a bit of the different points. More for the perfect throw, building into the parrying of heavy attacks, increasing the parry window, perfect throw, Helmgong as well, fully charged attacks, apparently charge faster. Well, with Headlong and Helmgong thrown off as well, but then unfortunately we've got to have the riposte. I don't really use that, but I am finding that this particular setup is actually quite fun. I would increase Smite, but not on finishes. It doesn't really make sense to me to do that. And then Smite on attacking down to enemies, they're pretty much dead. I could build into Smite in all honesty, but I've increased the chance of Smite on perfect throw on the actual combat arts. And then perfect throws with the duck on sword and board. Additional smite chance. So I'm just playing around with the sword and board at the moment. Yeah, man, you definitely put in a lot of time and work, Helix, for sure. The Envoy family group, yeah. Alright, bird. Can I get your salt? That'd be nice. I really want this dude's weapon. I think it would be really, really fun to use. So the smite works pretty well. And then the soul steel works pretty good on top of that. Boom. Boom. I really would like to see some corrupt magic added into the game. Okay, so you can roll through these. That's cool. No spiky business, buddy. Alright, so you definitely can roll through the corrupt magic. Alright, is Avocot actually going to show up? Actually, I'm going to go for this tier star 3. Excellent. S&B is great. I'm working on bow and the wolf pact. Hell yeah. Iron Goal works really well with bows. The doggos just basically take care of all the ads. And you basically have to sit back, drain souls, and basically just arrow hail them if you choose to. I mean, you can build into like your intensive one-shot headshot as well, but I generally find the arrow hail is pretty effective, especially with the arrow hail and the soul smite and stealing souls. It's actually quite good. Yeah, hell yeah. Alright, where's little Akvadad? That's annoying. There we go. I don't know why the sound keeps on changing by itself. It's really annoying. Alright, Akvadad, are you going to show up this time? Or are you just going to be invisible again? There you are. Are you going to make some noise? Or are you just going to be really silent? Do you, bird? Alright, we got a Banneret. Hopefully we got the Fable joinery that I've been so wanting to get. The bear pack should be finished crafting tomorrow. Oh, dude. Zargan, you are gonna enjoy Bromius. Big time. It is a very good pact. It's extremely strong. If you can maximize out your armor, it's so worth doing that. Nice. Okay, so we got some good soul smite. Can I have a soul or no? Alright, fine. We'll use this one. Have you guys gotten the runes as well? Especially if work well with sword and board? I would assume it would. I mean, I can chuck it on and show it if you want. There we go. So smites on the fly blades works really nicely too. And also, if you get the opportunity and the actual drop chance for the Everflame rune, sword and board is absolutely disgusting. It's very good. But I'll switch over to Bromius. I'll switch up my armor as well. I have decided to make... I would probably say... I'm actually going to get rid of shoulder, and I'm going to build out the Bromius setup that I've been working on. I do love this particular setup, though. It looks so regal. The green is amazing. The Watan Dagger, Oshelda, and the Odiak Gauntlets. But I'm going to destroy this entire setup, unfortunately. I use the Wizard's Wish for a little bit of an extra boost on armor. Bromius, obviously. You can basically choose whatever armor that you want. Oh, look. The actual helm is open. That's not supposed to be like that. But whatever. Bugs happen. I basically smack on the entire Bromius set. So that will get me up to about 94. Within this particular setup, I put the 2 ducks for the maximization of armor. And then on the secondary, I put on Pricklies as well. And then I just switch the totems over to the duck once again. So I think that gives you roughly about 100 and something, 109 armor, which is probably overkill, to be honest. But it is very effective. I'm going to do the armor strip as well. Skilter I do use, but I find the Pricklies seems to give a little bit more chance of smite, even though it's a 7 and 100, which doesn't really make sense to me because Skilter has a 3 and 50. So I might actually rejig this one and take this one for a spin. Armor reduction, and then what do I need? Courage base, virtue. All right. So I'm going to run this one up pretty high if I can. And then Odiak, what have you got? Courage based. Okay, so 17, 10, 10. I could go higher, but in all honesty, I find as far as that works, I don't really need to. And fly blades as well. I do build into a bit of smite chance. The Twist of Luck, though, with the increased chance of smite on orbiting fly blades, is actually a lot more effective than this. I tested that one out last night. And then just increase range, essentially. But yeah, the highest amount of armor that you can get, no matter what it is, as far as your rating is really high from what I've looked at, it seems to work really, really well. So, especially on the rump thumb. So let's go test it out against these guys. Gear score? Oh, Zargan, do you mean the level of your envoy? Not necessarily, no. It's based on your armor rating in its entirety for Bromius. From what I can understand and for what I've tested, your level doesn't really matter. As long as you've got a bond level 30, that's fine. But within the actual skill tree itself, take it with a grain of salt. But the chance to steal armor strength from targets on every attack, I have found seems to work. the small amount of damage blocked by Armourer is dealt to the attacker. I don't know how these actually synergize. There's no way to actually tell, which is really annoying. Essentially, what I could do is drop this and this, but still have them open and then build into Mora's Pride, which is your courage base again. So actually, you know what? Because we're doing it, might as well. So I'll open these up. Akin, I always go for. It's extremely useful on any pact, in my opinion. Which is just an opinion. Voided, I will always use anyway, regardless of what anyone says. I know that people play differently. You play your way, I play mine. I always will pretty much boost out Mora's Pride, at least to 3 nodes. I can boost it into the last one. I do find that that's a lot more effective on Tethrin, though. Let's have a look. So let's do small amount of damage blocked by armor is dealt to the attacker. I actually do want to test that. But the chance to steal armor strength from target on every attack. These really need to be clarified, in all honesty. So I'm going to boost these in an equal sense, if I can. But I'm going to boost into Canopy's Blessing, and then put a little bit more stability on. So that will give me a base of 13 courage, which isn't too bad. And because I've been able to attune this weapon to courage, its base damage is 83, even at the lowest amount of courage, but it can't go under 10, which is phenomenal. So the only weapons I can't use at the moment are the Mari's Bane, the Duelian. I switched over to courage, and Gathanan is spirit. I have thought about making that into a courage-based polearm, but I'm going to maintain using Decalic as an example. But yeah, being able to get 2 gold ducks and maximize your armor will give you an entire armor rating of 109. I haven't found any other way to boost it even higher just yet, but the Wazard's Wish certainly does help to give you a little bit more armor as well. So you can mix and match your armor, I'm sure. But I just like using the big old bear stuff because it's really good. Once I get done the Wolf Pact to 30, I'll be doing some Bromius. Wolf Pact is at 26. Dope. Oh, well, if you guys are in game, like, I'm happy to do a run with you guys. I'm just running around Midrath, really. I really wish for an option to subtract spent points instead of resetting them all. I mean, yeah, that would be nice to do that. I have found within the UI, it is quite annoying to have to reset every single time, which is, you know, not ideal. But Bromius is definitely now a favored pact of mine. So I do use the default just so I can switch freely between stuff. Siren, I think I'm actually going to revamp, to be honest, and I'm going to set that up for Oshalda. Lovely that I've actually got it set up pretty much already. So let's have a look. I'm going to make you my mage setup. Siren, I'm actually going to put a backseat on for a little while, just for some of the stuff that I've actually been looking at. But what I have done with the pact itself, I've also boosted its courage and tendril. That still actually throws out the passive of the creeping tendrils, which is great. Slowing movement and dealing damage up over time, I think that needs to be removed because it actually freezes the enemy. It doesn't slow them. As far as damage ticks, not really sure if they're even relevant to this particular pact at all. I do put a bit of health into Everbound because Oshalda does need it. So I could probably boost quite a bit more within that. So if I use that and then I just boost everything else back into courage. Range, I don't really use all that much because I find the actual abilities themselves, they have a bit of a drop-off point. So they're kind of like the cannon where like the effect drops down. So there's no real way that I've been able to find whether or not that is achievably directed more with grace virtue. But overall, I'm relatively happy with how I boosted the courage and the spirit. Everbound is useful for sure, especially with your life. It's pretty lackluster. I lie. The UI is bugged again. I really need to learn my lesson of doing that. So I'll boot that to 20 and then 12. So I've got an extra 6 points and an extra 12 points from the actual pact itself, from boosting these particular stats, excuse me, which is really, really handy. And then I get an extra bit of health as well, plus 60 points into life, which is really nice. 73 at base all over with your armor isn't too bad. It is more magic reduction, especially with more of, say, like the items that I'm wearing. So yeah, again, like just mix and match whatever you want, really. Surprisingly, the Steel Singer Circlet is actually quite a nice defensive stat, especially for magic. But I do want to make more of like a magical looking mage, I think. So I'm going to go a little bit higher with my my armor set. Orangors is actually quite strong, as is the Mockery Binds. They're very high for both magic and physical as far as the stat spread is. You do get a little bit more of a push of the physical defense, especially with Orangor's Cuirass. I like the Regalia of Garen Rude, though. It is really nice. It looks amazing as well. So yeah, it definitely comes down to choices of what you really want to wear, and what kind of stats you really kind of want to put your armor into. Anything over 80 is pretty decent. So, but yeah, as I say, like, you know, you can pretty much wear whatever you want as a caster, as long as you're, you know, running away from enemies as you need to. But yeah, I think I'm going to fashion out a shoulder and make this the setup for this particular loadout. Grace, I mean, I could, but again, Wizard's Wish, it makes sense to me thematically because it's a it's a magic based talisman. I might actually use the Watan though. Yeah, that's way stronger. Attacks remove armor and primary attacks, additional smite, magic armor again. So I've got an actual high rating of physical defense. So 70 I'm okay with personally. So there's the shoulder setup. I would definitely say Bromius is absolutely a tank build. Yeah, hopefully that will be a feature down the road. Yeah, of the virtues being able to reset them all. Yeah, I hope so. I certainly do. All right, we're going to go Regal Green with a shoulder. Allure. All right, there we go. I like the green. It's not really so much what you say, Verminia, it's how you say it. All right, yeah, there's a shoulder. A green mage. I like it. I probably could be using the Earthroot staff. I do like it. And I do have a much higher defense on that one as well. So I might actually switch the... Actually, that's not going to matter because I'm not using Bromius. So I will do physical armor setup on these. Attacks reducing armor, additional smite. We like it. Okay, so 70, 70, but then we've got 88. All right, we'll do that again. Attack speed. Attack speed is extremely good, especially on the Odiak. So I might actually take this one for a spin. Green mage for the win. Yeah, I certainly do like doing a lot more of like the fashionable kind of things as well. So having like a Garen Brood style mage running around is really nice. And they actually slap as a courage-based weapon as well. So voltaic damage on top of that is going to be really, really nice. And the idea around it was utilizing the Fellist from Tethrin to be able to boost its damage output even further. And you can probably synergize it quite well with the Ode Tempest Pact. The Astrosphere seems to apparently enhance voltaic damage output, which is nice. And even dropping the Astrosphere itself seems to do quite a bit of damage to enemies anyway. So when you drop the Astrosphere, drop in your Astrosphere, the third ability, the shield, and then just rollerball enemies, it's really, really nice. But yeah, the drop-off casting of the abilities for these is quite... You've got to be still really quite close to the enemy. Or you've got to basically tune your aim up high. I'll show it to you guys on this one. So if I'm aiming for this dude here, it does drop down quite quickly, which is unfortunate. So being able to direct where your actual projectile goes, it seems to be the same kind of thing with the, oh god, I'm in a glass cage of emotion. Okay. But luckily, we have the Arcstorm rune, which is great. And lots of lightning bolts. I do love this rune. Yeah, I have been finding that the Oshelda, like, targeting of the actual ability itself, it has quite a heavy drop-off quite quickly, which is unfortunate because it's a spell, so I wouldn't think that they have a necessarily a physical, like, drop-off point, say, like, you know, your fly blades or your, like, physical weapons. Like, this is an actual magical casting tool, so it does point downwards, which is annoying. And that one barely gets, like, what, 3 meters in front of you, where before it would actually cast out. So I'm not really sure why that's been changed, but it's not to say that it's going to stay that way. So I like how things are not class specific. Yeah, me too. I'm glad that we have so much more flexibility within the game to be able to mix and match, essentially. Yeah, you get more freedom, and who knows what players will come with. Yeah, exactly. That's what I really enjoy about it as well, Sargon. Doesn't have the range that bows have. No. Not that I can tell. Yeah, like, you probably got maybe, like, 3 to 5 meters worth of range before they drop off into the ground. So that's a real waste, if you ask me. I'll switch to the bow and I'll show you that as well, even just on a non-charge shot. Like, charge shot seems to be fine. But the bows, they fly a lot better. So even just targeting, they do hit quite well. But say if we move back like another 5 meters or so. Okay, it does look like that's changed, which is nice. So charge shots obviously will hit exactly where you want to go, because it's got a lot more power. So as far as the bow projectiles go, they seem to be a bit better than what they were yesterday. So I don't know if that means that there's like mini little updates coming through within like the test build that the devs have got. But as far as I'm aware, the bow projectiles seem to be a bit better than what they were. I think flyblades as well. I'll bring this one. So what do we got? 62, 92. So I'll bring Skilter and we'll have a bit of play with that. Probably testing things and see where they work out. Yeah, I would say so. I mean, that's the whole point of the game, really. But yeah, the flyblades apparently are like ballista style. I learned that from Sarah Loves Archery. So they do fly quite far, but do keep in mind, like with the combat arts that I've currently got set up, it's got a much further range for the lock-on, which is quite nice. So they do travel further, which is nice. As far as like I've used bows, I haven't really had a lot of issues personally. which is nice because bows are very strong. But I would like to see some changes within the attack setups that it does have, and not solely relying on like arrow hail to get like an absolute ton of smite. I'd love to see like the empowered arrows, like what the archers, the Ode archers have, which would be quite nice. So I guess we'll kind of see what happens. So these little fly blades seem to go roughly about 10 plus 12 plus meters before they start dropping off into the ground. But as far as the casting ability of Oak Shoulder, I'll see if I can find an enemy that's quite far away. So there's a Banneret. So let's go on a non-elevated surface. So that's what, like 10 meters away, if that. So that almost hit the ground before it actually hit the enemy itself. So they do have to come quite close before you get like, you know, hit by them. But also once it targets the enemy, that's when it looks like they actually lift up and actually target the enemy correctly. But they've got to be within like a 5-meter range before it actually happens. 1 physical, 2 magic, and 1 spirit. 1 physical, 2 magic, and 1 spirit. What does that mean? Just got my Wizard's Wish complete, and now I'm disappointed. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, yeah. The stat boosting of Wizard's Wish is not ideal. Orangle's Fang is actually 2 grace points and 1 spirit. I was hoping it was just going to be a flat 5 plus damage, plus spirit. So I'd really love to see that change. But yeah, the base stats on the Wizard's Wish are pretty lackluster, which is really, yeah. What's the max points I can get to for Flyblades? Do you mean like damage-wise? It depends on the virtue that it's set up with. But do you want to know like the cap to it? Is that what you mean? Because if I have Skilter as an example, its attunement is Courage. So let's drop all the way down underneath like 10. So you need a base amount of Courage at 10 points to get there. So that's 83 at the moment. For some of the testing I've done, it's roughly around 17 to 18 points for certain weapons. So we've hit attack damage at 92, at virtue 17 points for courage. So if we go 18, we go up to nothing. Its cap is courage base, 17 points for the cap for Skilter. It may change variably for your other weapons, but Skilter, it looks like it's 17 points of courage will cap you out. As long as you've got these extra points put into the actual pact itself, because they actually boost your base foundation of your virtues as well. So it gives me an extra +6 points from this particular point system that's been added. So there's 4. So what is that? You've got to have, I think, 2 points. I can't even remember what they are. I think it's like 2, 3, and 4. So that's 7. So even to me, like mathematically, that doesn't seem right. That should be 7 points of courage, not 6. So we're getting gypped 1 point, if I'm correct on that maths. Maths is not my strong point. But the cap out for any pact that's got the Mora's Pride, at least the 3 nodes built in, generally seems to be roughly around 17. So you can actually spread more points into your other fields within your virtues. I've got 13 points into Spirit at base, or bonus, rather, I should say. So I've got 3, 4, 5 points in there. So that's technically 7. And then I've got a few more points brought in from the Waz's Wish on Spirit. And then I'm assuming that this actually somehow attributes Actually, I want to have a look. I wonder if my spirit will be boosted by Odiak. So there's 13 points. So no, the weapon itself doesn't have any spirit boost to a virtue if I apply an attuned weapon to it. If it wants to select the weapon. It still doesn't want to select the weapon. Why? Okay, there we go. That's the spirit one. All right, so your weapons don't apply any virtue stats at all by the look of it. Apparently, it still doesn't want to select the weapon I want. Okay, Dekalik, are you going to apply yourself to my envoy? Holy Hannah. Alright, we do have Odiak Courage selected. Are you going to apply? Okay, apparently it does now. The UI is completely janky. So 17, we got 20 spirit. So I'm just going to boost everything else back into grace. Alright, so there's the Ashelda. 2017, 11. And that's 89. 87. So so that boosted up another 2 points. That's pretty good. Cool. Alright. The skill points I can get. What about the set bonus? I'm just catching up on chart. That's the set bonus you get with the item. As in, like, the... Wait, what do you mean? The set bonus you get with the item. Are you guys talking about the Wizard's Wish? Because it'll give me a +1 point into that, but it'll also give me extra bonus points with these as well. Yeah. Yeah. I just wanted to see whether or not weapons, because of their attunement, may actually give you any sort of bonus point, which they don't. So those bonus points that I've got in Spirit, +13 underneath the major virtue points, those ones should derive from the 7 points that are in here. Sorry, this one here. But this should be like 5 points plus, because I've got I think it goes 2, 3, and 4. 2, 3, 4. Actually, bugger it, I'm just gonna do it. So let's have a look. Iridus's favor. So there's 1 point. There's 2, so that's 3. And that's 6. 11. So that's 11 points, I'm assuming, and then it's gone up to +20. So how is that calculated? Yeah. But how does that calculate +20 points into spirit? Like, that doesn't make sense to me. Spirit +1, that should be 11 extra points that you get into spirit, not 20. So is there like a bonus application? And where does it come from? Pact ultimate points, I understand that, yeah, but what's the base value of, say, like our envoy even? Because if you get, what, like an extra point, I think, in spirit, because I started as a spirit user as well. So what I'm trying to figure out is where the extra points are coming from. So it must be my actual envoy being in a shelter spirit user to start with. Yeah, I want to know how many points the actual envoy gives themselves as a spirit user. So if I take all of those away, and then I drop that off, let's reset the UI, because apparently it doesn't like working. So the envoy must be giving statistically 9 points at base, being a spirit user. I don't know why I didn't check that before, but that's good to know. And the permanent choice. Yeah, I'm glad I chose the spirit user, to be honest. So that's good to know. So it's a flat 9 points at base for a spirit user. But then also you're going to get some value from the actual pact that you're using. So say if we switch over to Bromius, for example, it still gives 9 points. So is that more of a spirit? It's not. God damn it. Let's go to Siren. I always forget to confirm. Right, so there's +1. So let's switch to another pact that doesn't have any spirit at all. Tetherin. Or maybe it does. Damn it, it does. Alright, what's a pact that doesn't give spirit? God damn it. I know the Orangol does. That one definitely does. Garen Rude does. Ode Tempest, I think it does. So pretty much most packs. Actually, no, Ode Tempest does not. So that's good. So at base, with no other bonuses or anything coming through, that's at 4. So that doesn't make sense to me. Maybe they all give at least 1 point. No, they all shift and change. The one thing that I really wish that the pack still had was the spread of the 3 different virtues that they have bonus points to. They did have them a while ago, and I really do not understand why they took them away, because I know that there's people within Warframe and Soulframe who enjoy knowing exactly how to calculate stuff, whether it's a percentile or a flat damage base boost, whatever it is. I guess that's a good thing to actually look at. So Ode Tempest, from what I can tell by applying it, it looks like it gives a +6 damage to courage, which is useful, but it would be better useful for, say, like Grace and Spirit, because of the way that the actual setup of the abilities work. Like, this is an instant cast, but the atmosphere is more of a duration base. So to me, it makes sense that the Ode Tempest would give you at least a little boost into Spirit, but also Grace, because it would make Grace more viable as a range-based attunement to boost the actual area effect of the Astrosphere, of the Storm Sphere, which I haven't really tested that, to be honest, which I should. So no, I don't think it does have to be one or the other. Like, if we go and have a look at Garen Rude as an example, it does give you at least a little bit of a boost within your Spirit, which is +8, which is actually really good. But considering, though, that this is an instant cast, this one lasts for quite a while, but then that actually works really well with Stampede and both Behest. So duration-based for both of these is very worthwhile, where for this one, Torment, it's literally like an instant cast kill. So I would assume that a range-based for this pact bonus, getting some points from wearing the actual pact itself, would be viable once again, because you do have range within Behest, but also Torment. I don't know how much or range you get with that, depending on how much range that you do put into the pact. But then Stampede, it just flows, as you guys know. So it's interesting to see how the packs are calculating certain percentiles, etc. At the moment too. So it'll be nice to see what happens within Preludes 12. And I really hope that these calculations get like balanced out in a way that actually makes sense. So to me, it looks like I get 9 points of bonus Spirit just by wearing the Shelter Pact by itself, and that's not even upgraded. It's completely empty. So if I do that, I put 1 in Grace, and then I've got 3 points now. I've got 7 points now. 6, sorry. 6 and 4 is 10. So now we've got an extra 10 points. but it boosts all the way up to 19. So calculation doesn't seem right to me. But I mean, as I say, I'm not great at maths, but I'm learning. So the math be flat or percentage based? Yeah, that is something that people have been talking about, whether it's flat or it's percentile based. I assume more people would prefer a percentile base. The reason why I say that is because there's where is it? You actually get like percentiles here, like 40% stagger, reflected while blocking, 26 parry, window percentile increase. Giving flat damage points, if it's not calculating correctly, it's going to confuse people straight away. So I really hope that that really does get looked at. I really do, because I'm looking at it thinking like, why am I putting something together and then all of a sudden my virtue's like, yo, you've got an extra plus bonus of 19 points in your virtues. And it's like, okay, so I can't go beneath 23. And why? It should be one or the other, though. I feel like if it was a percentile base and it was correctly calculating the percentile chance, yeah. But looking at like flat damage numbers, it makes sense for the flat damage numbers or the flat defense numbers to apply to these. So it's very user friendly and saying, hey, if you put Gwillin on and you've got 10 physical armor and 10 physical armor, that's an easy flat 20 points that go into the physical rating. But then say, for example, you go and put your ducks on, you got essentially, I don't know why they chose 19 magic armor, but whatever. So you got 19, that's almost 40. So 38 points, and that boosts your magic rating up right up to 79. You do get a higher armor rating, but on physical, it's absolutely atrocious. So when you get hit, I'm actually going to take this for a run, and I'll show you what I mean. I find this really odd that we get such a high magic defensive setup on magic weapons when magic users really need more physical damage reduction over magical, because we can outcast most of the enemies in the game at the moment as well. So I'll see if this actually... Okay, so that can miss. Very much so. Oh no, I got him. Sweet. Alright. Alright, Ren, dip. Let's go for a dip. So we'll leave him there. So we've got an absolute shite ton of duration. And he's a heavy unit too, so... But still, the duration of that ability of Bestown, it still lasts the same amount of time on any boss that you use Bestown on. But on any of these little plebs that you're going up against, nah, they stay stoned for an excessively long time, which is actually quite nice. So if we come back around, what, it's been maybe roughly 30 seconds, this dude is still stoned. It's awesome. So I'll cast it on these guys as well. And look, this guy is still stoned. So Bestown is a phenomenal... See, it took roughly about a minute for him to come back to being normal again, which is great. I do like the Phantom Block with the CC, but as far as I'm concerned with the way that your armor interacts, your base flat damage reductions, they are good, but I really feel casters definitely need more physical defenses, because I've got less than half health at the moment, which is great for Elder Bloom, but I want to see how much damage this dude does. Okay, there's no head swing. There's a smash. Alright, so yeah. So the physical damage reduction for using two of the rats, it's nothing. It's like 22 points of physical damage reduction. It does 0. Granted, taking to effect, the armor that I'm wearing does have more magical defenses, but as a caster, you don't really need magical defense all that much. Maybe against like the casting style enemies like Nimrod the mages, the wizard as well. But I mean, he's got a really good ability where he can deflect all of your magic back at you. So, but I mean, I guess it's kind of like the balancing act of the amount of damage output that a magic user or caster uses is quite good. So maybe that's the trade-off of not being able to facilitate a much better physical damage reduction unless you set it up the way that you need it to, as in, say, using a different armor set altogether. So regardless of fashion, pick the armor pieces that the highest physical defense stats. So Arbearer's Mask is probably one of them. I think, yeah, Bassinet at the Mendica King, also very good. It does give you 1 magic reduction, but you guys can see, like, I've got 78 points of magical damage or defense, and I've got almost nothing in physical, which is difficult as a caster because you've got to bounce around. But I like that. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. It's just survivability on a caster with a really low physical defense is really not ideal. So to have, 20 points of defense for physical damage reduction, I haven't really worked out enough yet to see where the balancing act is for your physical damage reduction on your armor set and stuff. Maybe they'll at least give a +1. It should be one or the other, though. There's a base number of 4 when starting. Yeah, there is. So it's building up on top of a very low number. I would like to see our stats have at least a flat boost to start with, so it's like an even spread. So say, for example, you have 10, 12 magic defense and like 10 stability to start with, and then you can start building around that with your different armor setups, etc. Depending on what virtue that you start with, 10 physical at base, or like 5 physical at base, 5 physical stability, and then say like 6 or whatever base value virtue point that you get for spirit, that gives you like the magical rating. So it interconnects with your choice of envoy when you start. So you got courage, spirit, or grace. I really would like to see the finer tuning of grace and range within the game, but as far as, say, like armor setups, etc., yeah, there's a lot of wiggle room to get it being better, I feel. So we got physical, smite, and we got attack speed. All right, so I'll take this guy for a spin. I mean, I guess what I could do, if I really want to, I could just go in and just use Bromus's set, because it does have a very high physical armor rating, which is roughly about 44, which isn't too bad. But again, if I put rats on the physical, I can boost the physical up. So I don't really look at the maximum rating of armor, especially for a caster style, because I can use it as like a battle mage, which is nice. But yeah, it's just kind of like a balancing act between physical stats, magic defense, and then stability. So, but I still prefer to be living on the edge a little bit with the fashionable frames, essentially. But again, that's also part and parcel of, what kind of setup do I want to use, I am just going to fill out a shelter again, just so I've got that sorted out. I could pull more points into Tendril. Regaining life on Smite, you don't need to. I choose to, because I know I've got access to the Elder Bloom, But I still like doing a lot of damage with Voided, at least, when you Soul Steal. So it would be nice to see these particular, like, nameplates, like, re-changed to say deals damage on Soul Steal, not Smite. There is one particular pact that does mention Smite and Soul Steal, which is Wise. So that would be nice to see that reflected within Voided and Sympathy as well. I could put more points into Everbound. Stability, I could also reboost as well. So even if I leave that Tendril, I could still put some extra points into there. So I've got a higher stagger defense. I don't know how much that actually puts into it, because it doesn't give you any points at all, I don't think. No, it doesn't, which is a shame, because it would be nice to see, like, how that actually gives you a higher defensive stagger is heightened. So to me, I would probably say that's probably like a percentile underneath that, rather than an actual flat number, because you can't see that reflected at all within the actual armor ratings at all, which is a shame. I'll just put some in Everbound. And then what else have we got? All right, so 3 points unspent. Great. I'll just whack that into... Actually, I'll put that in range. All right, so we'll take the Odiac for a run. So that's 81. I could... Well, actually, I can't put any more points in there unless I take away from range. So what... The cap was 17, I believe. But, say, for example, if I put the Grace on with the Medallion, that gives me a little bit more flexible points to play with, which is actually quite nice. So I can still do Grace of range at 10 base, just so I can basically use any weapon within the game. But I'm at the cap now, which is 17 points in courage, which is great. So essentially, I could build more spirit if I really want to, but I'll just drop that into Grace anyway, and then I can still get maximum damage output with the Odiac and the courage, the Skilter as well. So, and a 74 armor rating overall isn't too bad, but again, it's still probably a higher magic defense as well. So, there's a base number 4. Might have to use one of my other accounts to start and check these base numbers out. Yeah, I mean, any feedback on that, Sargon, would be great. Like, I know I say that I'm not a maths person, but I mean, look, I'm open. I need to learn it. Not just that, but I want to understand a little bit more of the actual statistics and how they're calculated within the game. Not just that, but also understanding, like, okay, if I'm putting this together, how is this going to look to a brand new player in the game? You know, is that going to make sense to them? Probably not. So I do find a lot of those elements in Soulframe very interesting to play around with, especially like your cap outs of how your virtues interact, also your packs. Man, Quicksilver polished. The interaction of the point systems and how you spread your different points out and what they'll actually apply. Overall, like, you know, your duration of your abilities, the range of abilities, the drop of points of certain abilities being cast, weapons, gravitational things as well. You know, the ballista style kind of bullets, or like probably more like slingshot, in reference to, say, like Skilter as an example, like the weight of the blade or the item that you're throwing, and how far they actually go. So those guys are quite far away, but because I've got the lock-on range a lot higher, in the combat arts, it seems to actually work and operate a lot more effectively. Why are you scared? Wow, that AoE is crazy. I did nothing for that. And there was still an AoE that killed out that Sinecure. That's pretty dope. for sure. That helps me out as well. Oh, no worries. Yeah, I mean, like if it helps you guys kind of put some stuff together and share it out, like that's why I like doing these streams, to be honest. I know I could be doing it in a way that's like, you know, a whole guide to blah blah blah, but honestly, I find it more effective for me to share the information while I'm actively doing it rather than sitting recording and doing all the other stuff. That's just not quite my style. Active teaching, you know, a Soulframe class, if you will. But yeah, I have been finding wherever your reticle is, even though you can't see it, it's still relevant to the I guess I don't know what you would call it, like if you aim like slightly higher, that's where your reticle is. But if I'm facing normally, that's where it is. So it's actually facing downward. So in my head, the reticle actually needs to be shifted up. So wherever we target, so like let's use this pillar as an example. I'm looking at it straight on from what I'm seeing as a player, and then it basically goes down. So if I aim up, where is this archer? There we go. If I look up and aim and force my reticle to show, and then I throw it, that's where my weapon's actually going to go. But our angle, essentially, I can see it now. The envoy is actually looking straight ahead, but for us as a player, the reticle looks like it's slightly, well, it's actually quite centered. So it is playing around with wherever your reticle is showing, that's where, or how far your particular weapon's going to basically travel. So if I go above the actual enemy head, I should be able to hit him. There you go. But now it's aiming down, which makes sense because it's like a weighted weapon. But these sorts of elements I haven't really started thinking about until recently. So, I mean, you can look at a game and be like, okay, I'm going to play it this way. You know, just throw stuff, go ham. But there is a lot of technical elements that I've started noticing within the game, and I'm really hoping that things do get adjusted a little bit, so it makes sense to be able to aim up a little bit, and then you get like that trajectory of that weapon coming back down. But as far as say like these particular casting abilities go, I mean, I don't expect it to go straight ahead. So, oh, that was close. Hello, I'd like your item. Gotcha. Surprise. It is really kind of fun actually figuring out all these magical little elements to the game of like gravitational use, etc. It's definitely worth working it out. And it's brain challenging. To me, it's kind of like a Sudoku kind of game, you know? You're trying to work out numbers and, you know, figure out the equation, so to speak. So as much as I say I'm not maths-based, I'm learning. So I'm actually quite enjoying it. Maggie, what's going on? Just got here and already learned we can sneak up on all these little buggers. Oh, true. Well, I'm glad I could teach you that. Yeah, you can sneak up on them. The benefit to not having to go farm the largest plant in the middle of the Willow Wings is because the Cloud Quell potion. I think a lot of people were complaining about the Cloud Quell potion crafting and where the Willow Wings actually dropped from. You do have to sneak up to the Willow Wings with that big plant in the middle, and that's where you steal it from. You can't steal it from the little dudes, unfortunately. But thankfully, the Weeping Driss flower is very, very common, as the Toe of Ode, and Brine Floss are stupendously spread out everywhere. So, yeah, that's how to get the Cloud Quell. Yeah. BRB? No worries, Argon. I'm going to go play a little bit in the fort, though. I really like doing like weapon testing in this area for this reason. These guys are usually pretty well leveled. Yo, that AoE, where the hell did that come from? I'm loving the weird stuff that's been happening in the game in like literally like the last 4 days. There's some been really, really fun stuff going on. Gravitational stuff. It's really funny. Alright, so we've got some pretty good physical armor against this dude now. And the stability as well from, I think, the Pact that I put a few more points into stability, which is nice. So yeah, we've got some really good physical damage defense now. So even though I've got like a rating of roughly 70 points, I think overall, the physical totems definitely give you a much higher percentile from what I can see of armor. So it's not just a flat rating, it's definitely percentile because of how much health I'm not losing. Can I stab you? Nope, just one. Okay. Where's that potion? Can I have my potion? Please don't touch me. Get away from me. Ah, that's nice. Excuse me. I do enjoy the fact that we got the kick mechanic back. It's great. Gravity. We love you. I really want to be able to farm all of the Sinecure armor. I think that would just be really nice. Early wind down. What time is it there for you guys? It's around like 8:54 a.m. for me. I'm assuming it's what, like 10, 11? Oh yeah, okay, almost midnight. Not sure if it's intentional, but you don't have any game sound on? Oh, really? Let's have a look. Indeed I don't. Why? Is that coming through now? Maggie? I did just update OBS though. There's been a lot of... Ah, okay, sweet. Is the sound nominal for you guys? It's not too loud. I did do an update on the OBS system I've been using. I'm just going to drop it up to like 45%, see how that goes for you guys. Yeah, I noticed that yesterday as well. I did just add like a whole bunch of different sound channels, etc. So that's probably part of it. But yeah, that wasn't intentional yesterday. I did do a stream yesterday. So yeah, pretty low. How combat would be though. Okay. Alright, I'll boost that up a bit more. Alright, that's 55%, so we'll see how I can blast your eardrums. I do keep the in-game settings down quite low though. So I can just boost these up just slightly, because otherwise my otherwise I blast my eardrums. Make some noise. I love how that dude just jumped down the wall and he's like, stay back. I'm pretty sure I don't need to because you're all dead. I do love coming here, especially for the, just testing out, like, bits and pieces of different build stuff. That was actually really fun. Not the highest levels, but they're still quite a good level to test against. And there's lots of them too. I think this place is my favorite, but also I think there's also an encampment just up here, over near the Obersalcum tank that's usually is around just there. And there's this encampment. Actually, I'm going to go there. I love this encampment. It's really fun to go up against all of them. I think there's roughly about like 12 enemies plus. And testing out against them is actually really fun. Sounds good? Dope. Thanks, Maggie. Yeah, I did notice that the recording from yesterday, unfortunately, recorded no sound at all, which is a shame. Excuse me. Thank you. He just had a heart attack. That was great. Back, so spirit's more magic based. Essentially, yeah. Whatever virtue that you use, Zargan, with whatever weapon virtue that a weapon attunes to is how magic will work. If you're thinking magic in a way of how long something will last, that's what your spirit is for. So say, for example, I've got a really high spirit virtue stat at the moment. This Elder Bloom should last quite a while for healing. I don't know if it's a flat timed ability. As far as, say, like the duration of abilities, what I could do essentially is play with courage based, especially for, say, like the Phantom Flock. But what I have noticed, even in like P12, Phantom Flock, the birds only did like 1 peck per hit, but there's hundreds of them. So if I want that to last a lot longer on an enemy, then I can use Spirit to boost the duration of this particular ability use. So I'll give you an example. There's a mage. They're really annoying. I can't see their nameplate, which is unfortunate. And they're dead. Granted, they are a level 7. But even, say, like, higher level enemy areas, more say so like the very southwest where the Mannequin King is, predominantly this entire area up here gives you the highest level of enemies. Let's go do a 3-star, actually. I'm not going to go do those enemies. Duration is basically used with Spirit. Grace is your range of how far your particular cast of your ability from your pact will travel, and then Courage is essentially the damage output of it. As far as the damage output for Oshelba is concerned, it's not necessarily a damaging pact as where Courage Tedrin would be. Hate when that happens, recording without sound. Yeah, I've had that happen quite a few times. I swear, every time I open up OBS, it does something different every single time. And I'm like, okay, I'm just rolling with it, to be honest. I don't care about showing cracks. I am a human and enjoy what I do, so nothing stops me from sharing the information that I do and just spending time with people and talking about Soulframe and Warframe. As far as, say, like, Bromius is concerned, as a pact, let's see if it actually saved my actual loadout. I'm crossing my fingers. No, it did not. But that's okay. Alright. So we'll put 20 on Courage. 10. 10. So I always like to see if I can flesh out an equal spread on the virtues. What I would probably look at with Bromius, because it technically hangs off the amount of armor rating that you've got in its entirety, whatever number that you see in the shield, let's reboost all of my armor, because I did promise I was going to share what I was going to say. I put magic armor on because the pact itself produces... let's have a look. It produces its damage by your armor rating, its entirety. So the higher that you can get your rating, the better. From my experimentation, I do use the Wizard's Wish because it does give you defensive stats. I don't use anything else. I haven't used Triune, there's no point. Anything that can boost your physical, magic, and stability stats is very good. So within the pact itself, I have boosted more courage as well. I don't necessarily know if that actually is a contributing factor to how the pact operates with Rump Thump, but I'll keep courage on for 20, and then, as you guys have seen, I've put the ducks in there in the defensive slots with my Odiak, but also I give it, you know, extra courage anyway, because I want to maximize the actual damage output for Rump Thump. So I've been playing around with Rump Thump a little bit. I probably could choose to drop the courage attunement down, just so I'm not wasting points, and putting that into duration. Duration for this particular ability, the third ability, is the Song of Regrowth, I believe it's called. And then the Webbit Roots as well. These basically grab and hold enemies for a certain period of time. So if you want them to last longer, just boost your spirit. But I really enjoy how the attuning of your virtues with your pact and the weapons that you choose to use, how they interact, especially with the ability use with Rump Thump, or just any of the pact abilities, really. But the AoE, especially of Rump Thump, is stupendously strong. So, from my understanding of how Bromius Pact works, it's purely based on the amount of armor rating that you've got for the actual pact itself. Courage, I don't believe, is necessarily has to be so high. So, if we play around with that, we will upgrade. I'll drop all the points out of the pact itself, and then I'll reset the UI, and then let's put a base courage 10, and then put the rest in spirit, more so for the fact of the Song of Growth, and see how long the Webbit Root roots will last. And then Rump Thump is just an instant cast. Starting base for spirit is 10, on which the... What do you mean? I mean, any virtue that you use, you want to have a minimum of 10 on certain setups. If you're using, say, Siren, you can completely forego duration and grace and pump all of your points into spirit, and then you can use the Trick of the Light build to drop your decoy in the middle of these guys, and then it should explode pretty quickly. And starting out, gear is at 10. Do you mean gear or virtues? Because what you guys write on screen is what I'm going to read. Not everything. But just to be more clear on what you're stating. Spirit virtue. So with this particular pact, it only gives me 1+. So my understanding, the Envoy has 4 points of spirit, and then I've got the Wizard's Wish, I think, on 2, which gives me another point. So actually, this pact will give you 5 of courage, no spirit. That comes from this particular talisman. So a base starting point, if that's what you're referring to, yes, you want to start off at a base of 10 and then work from there. Because then, if you push, say if I pushed courage base up and over like 17, roughly, I would start wasting points in that particular area, and I would get diminishing returns on, say, the usage of my my points distribution within the virtues, but also the damage that's being put out as well. Actually, you know what? I'm going to do a different setup for Bromius. I want to give myself an absolute ton of stability. Chance to steal armor strength from target on every attack. A small amount of damage blocked by armor is dealt to the attacker. Right, let's play with this. Chance to steal armor from target on every attack. That seems a little bit more useful than damage block. Dealing to attacker. Alright, so we've got another point in spirit. So that's the current setup. Let's reset. So I've got 5 courage boost. And then 2 spirit. So I've got a base value that I can't go under, which is now 6, which is nice. So I've got range there, and then courage. So if I drop that down, I'm going to put that into... I'm going to try range, because I want to see if that actually does attribute anything to the Webbit root, but also the AoE of Rump Thump. Hey, bud. Alright, so they do travel a lot further, which is nice. And they did. Cool. Alright, I want to try this again with this archer and see how much damage these Webbit roots do. Ah, he's dead. Okay. Maybe we need a higher level enemy. Where are these animals? I think, Zargan, are you referring more to the Ashelda Spirit User? Like the starter kit? Of when you first start out? Like, at your base level? It starts off with 10 spirit? Just as like a default? Alright, so the Webbit roots don't do too much damage, but at least they do something. They did kill that first dude. But I don't know how many damage ticks the actual Webbit roots do. So they do okay damage, not great. And then if I jump, say, like over here... Alright, so that AoE does do a little bit more range than usual. And then if we switch and boost our courage. So that's 10 grace. So we can do 15 courage. I'll switch that away. I'll drop armor rating down to 106. And then we put the Synod's Jarbell on for courage. So that gives us 20. Spirit, I won't really worry about. I just want to test out the courage base. Diddley, I'm at work and have to keep your stream up on silent now. Just saying what's up. Hey, what's going on? Hola. Diddley? That's very cheeky. Cheeky, but welcome anyway. That's funny. I love how I can fill people's time at work. Alright, where are we at? Chest. I really want to try the courage sword out now. For oh, there we go. What level are you guys? Nameplate or level plate? 9. Okay. Alright, so that AoE works pretty high and far away. In between like a 10-meter range, so that's pretty decent. But I do want stronger enemies though. Oh, perfect. Odin Berserkum. Wait, where's that chest? Oh, there it is. Tempest Facade. Okay. Also, if you guys weren't aware, and you do want to get two Volcano's set, pieces of it can drop from killing these Odin Berserkum tanks as well. Very rare drops, but it can happen. Click, click, boom. Sweet God. My God. Okay, so the stability on this is actually quite strong, which is great. Nice try, Odin Berserkum. Okay, so the webbit roots do absolutely nothing to the tank. That's great. But stability is a lot better. What a bouncy cannonball. Boom, boom, boom. If you are lucky enough to have a pair of the Odiak, they absolutely smash the crap out of those tanks too. Finally got my dev stream key? Hell yeah. Dude, that's dope. That's so nice to see that. I'm really glad more and more people are playing Soulframe. I really am. It's such a good game. Granted, yes, there's lots of things that need to be worked on, but I think we're all aware of that. I've got my gripes too, obviously, but, you know, they'll be fleshed out in time.
We will all be winners yet.
That was a bit rude. Those vidanya. Oh, there's a landmine. Haven't seen one of those for a while. Can I make it? Oh, I kind of can. Alright, so that did no damage to him, but his stagger bar's up. So that's good. Okay. That's a good rump though. Ah man, Gildo polished. Give me something new, game. I'd really like a Fable joinery. That would be lovely. Well, actually, you know what? I want to go up to Spider Mom. I don't think I've done any of the bosses yet, so if any of you guys are in chat, if you have the capacity, space and time, you are welcome to join. Yeah, it's very nice to see more people coming through to Soulframe. It's really, really good. Speaking of Siren, I did recall that I'd mentioned it, so I'm going to deliver on the promise I was talking about before. So, this was originally like a tethering setup, but let's have a play with Siren. Pickpocket, completely... I won't talk about that. I really don't understand Shrouded, in all honesty. Threats glow clearly in the dark. Isn't that what Orangor's first ability does? Rooted, I will certainly build into, I think. Sympathy, I always do, especially with Siren. It's got very non-survivability technicalities to it. Pickpocket is very useful, but still, I feel like Siren needs a bit of a glow up, and hopefully before the P12 update too, because I find the ability setup of these, like the Glamour's really cool. Trick of the Light, awesome. I really hope, really hope, the big decoy thing gets removed, but then we can actually put Trick of the Light as like a spell onto an enemy, so they can actually turn into the Trickster, essentially, and then create the explosion from that, like a ticking time bomb. I think that would be far more suitable rather than dropping a big head decoy, and the aggro on it isn't really all that great. Pixtrix Powder, I really feel like the blinding ability, sure, it's cool. It does not last anywhere near as long as it should, in my view. I think as far as the pickpocket ability, that would be great. I still feel like you could get, like, if it says sneak up on an enemy and steal loot from their pockets, I like that idea. It does synergize with Glamour, but Glamour's just turning into a butterfly. I feel if it's gonna give you, well, I mean, you Glamour, but then you actually do the pickpocket as well. But I feel like Picktrix could be better as well. I think the AoE on it is a lot better, but the casting abilities for this pack are really not great, unfortunately. I am going to put more spirit into this particular pack, and some courage. Akin, I'm going to max out. These, I'm not even really going to build into. I guess I could probably put more into Rooted, but I'm going to boost Courage, and I want to show you why. So I'm going to max that out. And then I guess I could put something into Everbound as well, just for health value. So what I was talking about with the Virtues before is dropping everything away as much as you possibly can from Spirit and Grace. So I will boost Courage again. So I use the least amount in both of these, and then I maximize Courage to anything that I possibly can. I know that I'm well over... Hey, that actually went up to 90 points. Okay. I'm going to go show you the decoy build. And we'll use it against the Spider-Man. Fall damage on Butterfly is silly. Oh, what? You get fall damage on the Butterfly? No way. Ah. So, hang on. Actually, you know what? I'm going to drop in on the Spider-Man in Butterfly mode. I do want to just quickly do a quick fashion change, though. I know it's not ideal to do it, but I want to do it now while I'm thinking about it. I can't believe you get fall damage. Jacta, what's going on? How are you? I stripped the character down to nothing, so with the pact and nothing else to add to Spirit, it has a base of +9. Oh, for Siren you mean, Zaga? Alright, we're gonna go very dark. All black. We're gonna be sneaky, sneaky. Apart from the... Yeah, that will look nice. Stitching. That. Alright, I'm going to put one more little yellow piece in somewhere.
Yes.
What would we like yellow to be?
So you.
Not that. Yeah, okay. There we go. Alright, we're going to be sneaky, sneaky in the dark. There we go. All black with a touch of yellow. I got the Vasp weapon, and by a fun accident found a fragment of the Juniper. Ah, The juniper, that's not an accident. That is something that you essentially kind of find within the quest. Which fragment did you find and where did you find it, Chapter? +9 gives 11 points. A castle? Ah, that would be the College of Pensives. So that's good. I would recommend go back to your very starting area. There's another little fragment of the juniper bow sitting here. It will show you another vision. And then the last fragment for the juniper bow is just northwest of Fort Curlau, just in here. Oh, that's for the Zelda base kit, Zargan? Okay. So what was it? +9 gives 11 points. What choice did you make when doing She-Wolf Fable? Oh, myself, or Zargan? Alright, let's test this full damage. Hey, Spider-Mom. I will probably die. But anyway. Oh, man. I landed in a tree. Oh, well. That makes sense. I am a butterfly after all. Surprise, bish. Okay, so the decoy does really not that much damage to her at all. Eat it. Oh god, okay. At least I've got stability. No, don't do that. Okay, so stability apparently gives you armor. And a lot of it. Excellent. What else did you give me, my dear? Watan. Wonderful. So, I want to double check this. I boosted stability. And apparently, that makes us uber tanky. Actually, no. It didn't even really... I wonder why I survived that. Oh, well, I mean, I've got 88 armor. So it was that. So maybe it was just damage, the magic ability stuff that she's got. Like that web stuff. Maybe that's magic armor reduction against her web stuff. So that's not physical type. That's a magic type that she's throwing you. Okay. Cool. Seeing if I can help Smooth and help me understand this map with a fresh new character for base numbers. Uber tanking my G2G play style is tanking. Hell yeah. You'll really enjoy the Bromius for sure. So the Zelda +9 gives 11 points. So in that respect of when you're like a 0 level envoy, you've got the Oshelda equipped at rank 0. And then you've got your character, which has like basically like what, 2 points of spirit, I'm assuming. And then the pact itself gives you what, +9 points of spirit. That's without the necklace, which gives +1. Right, okay. So that's completely stripped back. Okay. Only with the envoy and the Zelda pact. So it's base around 11. Colorman, where can I find those flying exploding plants? Ooh, good question. Exploration. There's no guaranteed location, Colorman, for the Willow Wings. But you do have to sneak up on them. So if you see them, crouch down and crawl up to the very big fat one in the middle, and then you can pick an item out of it, which is the willow wings. Oh, you need them for the color palette. Is that for the Rhiannon, I think it is? Color palette with Verminia? I can't swap out Pacts out this soon. Ah, okay, yeah, I see what you mean, Sargon. Yeah. Alright. Sneezy Man, where are you? The one from the Avocot Syndicate. Ah, that one is not Rhiannon. It's got like a weird name to it. But I know which one that you talked about. Like the greeny, like, limey greeny one. It's very nice. Yeah. Yeah. The willow wings are very oddly placed. But if you come across them, you've just got to like sneak up behind them. Especially the big fat one. And then that will drop the willow wings item that you're looking for. Alright, bud. Come on. Get in your body. Wake up. Actually, oh, Nam. I could have stolen from you, but anyway. So the decoy doesn't do too badly. But the casting speed on Pictrex is... I don't understand why it was changed. Although the abilities do regenerate quite quickly. Still. Oh wow, Bonkstick Lady. You actually took out a mockery for once. Donkey. For me, they're very rare. Sometimes woods, but open fields. Yeah. Generally, the willow wings will be more out in like an openish area. Like they can be next to a tree crop area, but they'll usually be hanging out in something like this. They generally blend in very well. Hey, Derek. Hey, Denise. You little duckies. Well, enjoy your freedom. The plunged. Alright. I think I've done Spider-Man. I'm going to go up and do the, who do I want to use against him, though? You know what? I'm going to flick over to the Hand of Mora. Because I love it. I know a lot of people probably don't like it, but I do. So 22 courage. That's still 92 damage output. Alright, let's put some into spirit. And the rest into range. I'm going to drop courage base out and then give it a bit more range, especially for the Ignis Wrath ability. I quite like this one. 17. Okay, so 15, 17, 18. And then what damage output is that? 91 for the courage on the Odiac. Okay. What armor set do you recommend me trying to get? Depends on what you want, but I would honestly aim for the Saccade. The easiest way to get to the Saccade event for you at the moment, Jacta, would be over near Fort Curlar. Do your faction, your Fables first. Don't worry so much about getting armor straight away. You're going to get a free set, basically, from the Crypt of the Saccade. You do have to run that event multiple times. There's a particular talisman that you can get, which is called the Triune. Where is it? You've got to get these fragments, the Dusk, Dawn, and the Midnight Pendant. You've got to fill all of these with a particular soul at a specific time of day, nighttime, and morning. And then you've got to go back to Tubalcane eventually, once you've obtained 3 spirits, into these particular medallions, and then you can build the talisman. But you get the Saccade armor fully built from doing that particular event. Recommendations on armor though. Garen Rude's Regalia is very good. The whole set is really, really nice to look at. Mendicant King, he's very nice. He's all the way down over this way in Stroic, I think it's called, in the very northwestern corrupted area. So those two armor sets I would highly recommend. Arngor's set is also extremely good, but I wouldn't focus too much on getting those armor pieces. That will come in time. The RNG drop chance tables aren't super amazing at the moment, and the drop tables have been rediversified or redistributed as well. So finding particular item sets, the Garen Root set now drops from the Vadagar Stag bosses from your bounties, which are tier level 3. And it does depend on where the actual boss is spawned around the map. So I collected all totems 2 days. Red, Duck, and Rat totems took me around 70 tries. Yeah, they do take quite a while, Calaman, for those the gold totems, but they are good. Who's the Lawmaster in Soulframe? I still want to know what happened to the foxes. Foxes? What do you mean? I did see that you asked Helix that before. I think there's ideas that are thrown through, you know, the Envoy hours and the dev streams, but there's no guarantee on what's going to be dropped into the game. If there's a big enough community call for something, they may consider it, but it depends on the direction of where they're taking Soulframe, though, to texture. So I'm not too sure on the foxes, to be honest. I know that ducks were promised, and now we have them, which is awesome. So learning from this experience has taught me that, you know, we can request quite a lot of stuff, but if it depends on the direction of where Soulframe is going and what the devs have got in mind, that's really up to them. With everything stripped on my main, I have 5+, which is 9 points on courage. Zargon, just touching base, is that on the Oshelda Pact again? How do you have build around Odiak? I can show you. There's a few different bits and pieces to the setup, but firstly I go into combat arts. I always use Mirror Spell. I mean, you need to use it anyway to open up the entire tree. Grounded, this one is fantastic. Increased casting speed while standing still. I'll show you why my particular setup works as well as it does. Helgong is increased stagger on fully charged attacks, works very nicely. Headlong is heavy attacks charge more quickly, which is always beneficial. Unhindered is heavy cast strikes through first enemies on its hit. Upgrade art to increase the number of enemies, which is nice. I think that could be up to about roughly 3 enemies. I do build very heavily into the smite, which is the critical hit of Soulframe, and I also use Scry, increasing the lock-on range of the actual weapon. I probably can drop that, in all honesty, so I'm going to rebuild this particular combat art, because I do find it is very good. Especially the grounded. It is very, very good on Odiak, and I'll give you a showcase of why. Couple charge, damage, increased cast on 2 hand, no thanks. Heightened defense to get stagger when guarding. I could probably use that. Increased stagger on Spectre Strikes, not going to bother. Spectre Strikes, I'm not going to bother either. Although, I could probably use that, because I do dodge an absolute ton. Heavy attack charge. Heavy attacks charge more quickly. And then unhindered. I'm going to build more into that. 2-handed attacks. I'm not going to worry about the middle part of the combat art, to be honest. I will put some into smite, though. Just a little bit. Alright, so I've got 2 points left. That's so annoying. Alright, fine. Alright, I'll build in a Spectre Strike. The reason why I had Smite fully maxed out is because of the Odiak setup that I do have. The Odiak, I have reattuned to Courage as well, with the Gildor Blessed by Mora, so I get 20+ damage and a little bit of lifesteal. Don't really know how well that works, but I do maintain the magic armor of 19 of both of the gold ducks. I do have a fully ranked up Arcstorm rune as well. That costs you about 32,000 harmony to build that rune to rank 3. I also have the 15% attack speed, which is phenomenal in an alignment with the combat art of the magic weapons of grounded, which is really nice. So if I stand still, I'll show you what I mean in uno momento. And then I always add a little bit of additional smite chance to a weapon. So the most appropriate build that I have for an extreme amount of smite chance is the bow build that I've got. But I'll show you how Odiak works, especially when standing still. It's pretty much like a railgun of lightning bolts. It's really fun. Where is this little dude? See, that barely sticks out. Oh no, we've got an estranged doggo. That's just on like a level 14 animal. But the Odiak is extremely good. If you're looking to farm it, I would recommend continuously doing your Sparrowtails, especially the tier 3. If you get the opportunity to get Martyr to spawn at the end of your tier 3 Sparrowtail of your bounty hunt, generally she will summon a Nimrod, and he basically will have a chance to drop a fragment of the Odiak as well. Depending on what enemy types that you're up against with the Odiak, some of them will take absolute shitons of damage from the voltaic damage type that the Odiak gauntlets have. So they are well worth acquiring. They're very, very good. And they look absolutely cool. And sometimes your envoy will just do a fist pump for no reason. It's pretty great. I do need a new armor because my survivability isn't great. That is true, Jacta. You wouldn't have the best of armor at the moment. There are a few murals that show foxes. Oh, I know what you're talking about, Tagstar. Yeah, see, there's our fist bump. The foxes within the murals, that would be in the Glades of Enderin, or Garen Rood's Glade. I do know what you're talking about there, so that potentially could be like another ancestral animal that we may meet at some point. I don't know, but theoretically, I would hope that we do. Also, does the shield icon mean level? No. The shield icon on the top right hand of your UI, that's your armor rating. So I'm assuming wherever you're at the moment, Jacta, if you're an earlier level, I think you roughly start with about 22 points of armor. Your top little icon to the left of your main shield is your physical damage reduction. The middle one is your magical damage reduction, and then your last is your stability. What pack did you choose when you started as well? I can take you for a run, Jacta, as well. We can get you some levels as well. What was the best pact with Odiak? I mean, the good thing about Soulframe is that you don't have to be stuck with one particular pact. The main things that I keep in mind is the combat arts, making sure that you're leveling them. I've been able to max out the tree because we have a surplus of long blade style weapons in the game. The same with the short blades as well. You will be able to max out the tree. As long as you gain the fragments for these weapons that have the art, which is called longsword, we have an absolute ton of longswords in the game. They are the highest amount of weapons that we do have, so therefore in your combat arts you're going to end up having like an extra 13 points for the long blade art tree, so you will be able to fill this out. On sword and board shields, we can't fill that out just yet because we don't have any other sword and shields in the game. Magic weapons, the same deal. We can't fill that tree out because we've only got 3 magic weapons. Fly blades, again, only because we've got 2 of them. And then bows, we can't fill that one out either. So progressionally, as Soulframe increases its weapons being introduced to the game, I'm assuming what's going to happen, these trees are going to be revamped anyway. And then obviously we're going to have extra heavy blades be entering the game in Preludes 12, which is actually really nice. So we will see this combat arts tree change. So it's not going to stay like this. The UI is going to get revamped within P12, which is nice. So it'll be nice to see how the UI in future will look, because I think it'd be quite confusing to newer players to start with. You do get used to it over time, but I like the look of it. It looks really nice. But as far as your question with packs that pair best with Odiak, it really doesn't matter what pact that you necessarily use. There's no such thing as best. The good thing about Soulframe and the flexibility of being able to use any pact in the game is that you've got freedom of choice. In terms of if you want to maximize your damage output with Odiak, your Ode Tempest would be beneficial because of the Astrosphere. Voltaic damage, enemies in the storm take extra voltaic damage amped by the Atmos, which is atmosphere. So I'll show you that at least. I have got a different setup for my particular Odiak. I do have that set as a courage-based attunement, and I've been able to do that through the joineries. You do originally start with a spirit attunement on the weapon originally. So that's where your virtue systems comes into play. So if you have a higher spirit and you've got your Odiak, which is attuned to spirit, acquired or equipped, if it wants to choose it, it probably doesn't, because the UI is still not accepting me saying, please put that weapon on my envoy. Lovely. Alright, let's just switch weapons altogether. There we go. Now that we've got the spirit-based attuned Odiak on, I do 72 points of attack. Say, for example, if I want to put more points into spirit, which I do, I can keep leveling it up to, say, like 20 points as an example, and then I can come back down here and I can see now that it does 78 points of attack, where it says plus 51 in brackets, you get 78 attack. So the way that your virtues work is whatever attunement your weapon is attuned to is what damage output essentially it's going to do. I think the cap for even spirit is like 17, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it is. But that can change also. So keep in mind, like, whatever pact that you use, if you look at the big yellow number and then underneath it says +6 in like the little number, that means that I'm getting a bonus of courage points from elsewhere. So that could be my pact, or it could mean I've got an item on that gives me +5 points to grace, which I have here. So if I take off this talisman and wear nothing, I come back over to my virtue tree. I'll have to reset the UI. You can see that little plus number has changed. So as far as your, I guess, best pact with Odiak, your Ode Tempest is probably your most viable, predominantly because of this Astrosphere and the Atmosphere. This is the build I've got. I always build into a kin for your Arcanic powers recharging more quickly. Sympathy for regaining life on smite. You don't have to if you don't want to, but I choose to because I like to survive and I like to live a lot longer, generally. So this is built around your smite mechanic, but also soul stealing. So when it says regain life on smite, when you throw a smite attack and it hits an enemy and then makes them glow, that's a smite. But you need to extract the soul to be able to regain life. So don't be fooled by this nameplate at the moment. It's incorrect. The same thing with Voided as well. It should be saying on Soul Steal. I do have a lot of points built into the Sin Silk, which is Gravitate. That's the passive of this particular pact. And then I've got Lightning Strike. So it's dealing additional voltaic damage on downed enemies. I don't know what that specifically means. But as soon as you drop an Astrosphere in front of enemies, it does do damage. So I'll show you the setup with the Odiak and the Voltaic Ode Tempest. Can you show Odiak Tree again, please? My clip got corrupted. Oh dear. Sure can. So which one? Odiak Tree. This one here. it's not an absolute to have to build your Odiak this way, Calaman. I am switching things around. So you can build into much more smite chance, which I recommend at a later stage. But when you're starting, you definitely want to pick up Grounded, which is increasing casting speed when standing still. That will make your attacks shoot a lot faster. And Scry is also very useful as well, so you can be further back from your enemy, and then you lock on, and then you can start casting your abilities. But yeah, go ham, take screenshots if you want. Help me find more patch leathers, please. Robert on a whim. Interesting name. My recommendation of finding patch leather is go and explore your dungeons. That is my help. Jacta, you've got Siren. I will hop in game. Just give me a couple of minutes. Right, I'm hopping in, just loading in. Sweet. You should be able to join the squad as well. Robert, I would honestly recommend go do your dungeons wherever you are within Soulframe. Recommendation, hang out around Carlisle. Go and pick up and kill lots of enemies. Explore the entire world map. Go collect your world trees and open up the entire map. That's honestly #1 thing to essentially do, so you can actually see everything. But my recommendation, I would go to any of these little areas that you find that are labeled Dermak Undercity. Run those dungeons. You will find weapon racks, and you will find a plentiful amount of patch leathers as well. Killing enemies as well. You'll find tons. So there's no lack of items in the game.
5 comments each.
You've just got to explore.
Best kill takes the loss.
I just took a screenshot of your Odiak and Tempest trees. What's the ideal armor for the setup? Whatever you choose, to be honest. I mean, you can fashion frame, basically do whatever you want. Whatever you've got access to as well. Like, there's no, like, best armor on the game. You can basically wear what you want. I mean, I'm still using some of the starter items as well, and I've still got quite a lot of armor set up as well, so certain armors just look really cool, but they do have the stats involved as well. So you've got physical, magical, and stability stats that you need to look at as well. Yes, it does have an odd fire. It's a heavy attack. So this is when Astrosphere is active. So essentially what it does is increases the damage while you're inside the actual field of the Astrosphere. So it literally will make me do like 1 to 2 hits. But keep in mind too, I've maxed out the bond or the level of both the Pact and the actual Odiak. Jack, I'll get to you in a moment. When you cast your 3, the little shield, you can actually use a particular move to be able to draw yourself towards an enemy. So that's the Sin Silk ability. So you don't have to have the second ability active anymore, it's just the third ability. So that's what it does. It pulls you towards an enemy, and then you can start smashing them. And this is the heavy attack. It does an absolute ton of damage, which is really nice. And then your first ability is the Sizemore. For some reason, it's a giant flaming rolling ball of fire on a lightning-based themed pact, which I don't quite understand, but it's there for now. But do keep in mind with Ode Tempest, if you want to survive, just keep on activating your third ability, and that goes for any pact, especially while you're leveling them. Use your abilities as often as you can, because that is what attributes your attack. So it's going to say, okay, you just hit, give me some experience points when you kill this enemy. And we got the fist bump.
Pray don't turn back to sludge tomorrow.
So that was a very, like, non-showy showcase of the Odiak and the Ode Tempest. I can definitely show off a little bit more if you want, which is always fun. So, but yeah, the alt fire on the Odiak, you can just press and hold your heavy attack. It's a giant orb of lightning ball. It can punch through enemies as well, but you do have to have a particular node on the Odiak set up for it to actually punch through on more enemies. So say if there's like 3 enemies in a line and you want to punch through pretty much all of them, it's the unhindered that you want to be able to maximize, basically. It's the heavy cast strikes through the first enemy. It hits upgrade art to increase the number of enemies that it can punch through. I do like the flowy kind of nameplates on some of these, but yeah, I really do hope that they get looked at prior to their P12, so we get a little bit more of a revamp on the explanation of some of the nameplates of these nodes and the combat arts. But again, the combat arts is going to be changing anyway, so I'm assuming that those particular areas of information will be looked at. Okay, so we've done the Nell Knight, we've done Mother Orb. I didn't do the Banneret, I haven't done this dude. I'm going to go to Impity Doodah, Dippity. I'm going to forego going up in this area, although this northeastern quarter is a very good area to go to be able to bring yourself, if you can handle the enemies. I would highly recommend coming up to this area if you feel confident enough to, especially with your armor levels, etc. And your weapon damage as well. So these are like the highest level enemies in the game. These dungeons here, the Glades of Andoran and the Dermak Undercity, they generally spawn the highest level of enemies, which is 30 levels plus. Also coming up here will generate Faction Tales. This one's a 2-star at the moment. I've just brought Jacta into the instance as well. I think what I may do is wait for a tier 3 to spawn, and I'll take you guys through a tier 3 bounty and show you the benefits of actually running the bounties. I think a lot of people tend to not be running these bounties. I don't know if it's very clear. Yeah, texting game is fine, Jacta. That's all good. There's still that that's funny. They've got a invisible wall right here. That's hilarious. Anyway, all right. So what we'll do, we'll run up near the tier 2 bounty, but I'm going to wait until we've got a tier 3. If you lose your compass at the moment, I would recommend using your guide. Just do the nice little snap and your compass will come back. Also dropping waypoints. If you don't have a Fable active in your journal, your bird is just going to like not really do much. So right click or control, I'm not really sure what the things are for you, but if you drop a waypoint on the actual map itself, and then you summon Flappy Bird, it will actually follow and go towards that waypoint. So there's another little thing for you if you weren't aware of that. Alright, Jacta, we'll get you some levels in game, hey? Nothing set in stone yet? Yeah, nothing is set in stone. So everything that we discuss, it's subject in terms to change. You know, I mean, one day we'll say one thing and then the next something completely different could happen. Considering that Soulframe is 2 years old still, there's a lot of growth and movement within the game. So, which is a really, really good thing. So, you know, it just takes time for the dev team and like the community basically to be like, okay, cool, like we've got most of this information happening at the moment, but you know, things can change for sure. Excusez-moi. Oh look, we've got a nice soul. So that was a soul steal. If I'd lost health, I now have it all the way back. So most of your packs will have those nodes akin, sympathy, and unhindered. For comfort, if you want to build into those every single time, you're more than welcome to. But the really good thing about Soulframe is the flexibility of creating a build that works for you. When it comes to optimization, it's keeping in mind your combat art setup, your virtues, and how to exploit and use them in a way with different packs and different weapons, and what particular virtue those weapons are tuned to, whether it's courage, grace, or spirit. Those now can be changed through the joinery system, which is quite good. An aim of the game is to be able to get different joineries for different weapon classes. So this particular color is more for, say, like your bow and arrow and your fly blades. These can also be put onto fly blades, your melee weapons, and your magic weapons. The blue, the Fable, are specifically for your magic weapons, so your Gwillem staff, your Earthroot staff, and your Odiak. And I think Berite, I'm pretty sure that you can put that pretty much on all weapons. I can double check with Tubalcani though. Alright. Do we have a 3-star spawn yet? No. Unfortunate. Also too, these scarecrow things will drop different fragments for different masks. You got your Papa Peepo, which is predominantly up within this quadrant of the map. So just travel all the way up through here. If you find any of the scarecrows, they should drop fragments of the Papa Peepo mask, which is probably one of my more favorite masks, which is this one here. You've got the little Zook, which is actually the best mask because it's got physical 2 points, damage, defense, and stability of 6 points, and then the Crone Kavita mask, which is only physical 1 point, but it does have magic defense as well. The Papa Peepo, it does look really cool, but I'm a little bit sad because it doesn't have any magical stability defensive stats to it. It's just got physical, which is the best for physical defense out of all those masks. The Kavita mask you can actually find within the very starting area, within this area. If you run around here, you find the pumpkins, you find the masks, fragments from those scarecrows that you saw me break. And then lastly, if you just come down to this area, in and around, say, like Tarachatar and Birdie's Bog, which is just here, this is also a very good farming area for a lot of materials. So if you're a starting envoy, I would highly recommend starting off your very first entry into the game. There is a hut here. Go and do your totem little ode talkie thingy at the totem that's outside the hut. You will get the first fragment of the juniper bow. I do have a bit of this information on the YouTube as well, so there you go. There's lots of socials in there for you guys. It is a link tree, but I do YouTube short stuff. If there is things that you do want to see on the shorts, I'm more than happy to put them up. I generally just cut and regenerate a lot of the information I talk about within these live streams, but I personally prefer doing the live stream stuff because it gets all the information pretty much to everyone who's joined the stream anyway. Alright. Where's the thingy? There we go. What's the best bless for Zodiac? For Odiak? Actually, good question on that one, Calaman. That's something I've been really trying to find. Actually, I'll go to Tubalcani, I'll show you. The Fable, Blessed by Mora, is the joinery that I'm specifically farming. And it's very hard to come by. When you go and reforge, you will get an option to be able to reforge weapons. So this one here is the one that I have maintained as the spirit as well. The only reason why I know that is because if I click on this one, it actually says the Gildor Blessed by Mora. Unfortunately, within this informational box, it doesn't tell you the current attunement of the weapon, which is really annoying. So I really hope that it says art, and then it says attunement, spirit, grace, courage. It's such an easy little fix. Not to say it wasn't intentional, but I really hope that we do get the opportunity to see that pop into the game for every single weapon within the game. This one here is Blessed by Mora. I do have it currently attuned to courage. But what I'm looking for is one of these Fables blessed by Mora. I've got an Iridus, which is Spirit Attunement, and then I've got Grace Attunement. I can use the Gildor, but I prefer not to, because I'm specifically looking for this one for 2 reasons. It's consecutive attack damage plus 20, but also its throw distance is increased by 5. I don't know by how much, and I don't care. I feel like if it increases the throw distance by any means, then I get to stand back further away and throw more bolts of lightning, and it makes me feel really cool. So that is what I'm specifically looking for the joinery. I really hope that we got this 3-star happening. So, Jacta, I'll come up and run up and see you there. But yeah, we'll get you some good levels, hopefully. We could probably even run one of the dungeons up here as well. So you want Fable blessed by Mora, but what attunement? That one is Courage attunement. And I want that specifically attuned to Courage, because I want to play and test around with the Tether and Pact, especially for the Bellist ability on Tethering, because it increases the consecutive attacks by 5. So it will coat your weapon, any weapon at the moment, in the Bellist magic from the Tether and Pact, and it will increase your consecutive attacks. So it basically, say it does like 20 damage on the one hit, and then it does 30 on the next. It will basically turn both of those attacks into 50 damage output, and then it will just incrementally keep on going up and up. So Tether and Pact is really fun at the moment for that reason. And it works on pretty much every single damage weapon in the game at the moment. Also too, when you kill a Mockery, they will drop their soul. Use your Spectral Scythe and absorb it using Soul Steel. Otherwise, they will just keep regenerating, which is actually kind of fun. These armored enemy units, though, in the Mockeries, are a lot harder to kill because they are armored. There are ways to exploit that armor, though, as well. So yeah, we've got 1 soul, and then hopefully we'll get another one out of this dude. Not even hopefully, we will, because it will die. So if you press your soul mode, and then press soul steal in your keybinds, check your keybinds within your settings, and you can basically set them to whatever you want. I'm a left mouse and right hand keyboard, so bit of a stranger setup, but it's just how I learned how to game. Alright. We'll go up to this blade area, I think, and we'll do a run through here. So Tethering with the Odiak, Fable blessed by Mora, Courage is OP. I would say so, but I mean, Tethering in itself, I'll showcase that anyway. Tethering having the ability to use compounded consecutive damage output is very good on basically any weapon in the game at the moment. It does have information that says melee. That is true, but this particular ability is consecutive melee strikes deal accumulative damage. It's not specific to melee strikes. It does currently apply to Odiak. It does apply to your bow setup. Any single hit damage instance, essentially. It does work on the arrow hail as well. So actually, you know what? I'm going to bring the bow and I'll show you that. Clash, that one is just like your stagger stun. The way that I've been using this particular pact has been casting this first, casting Call of Agents, and then applying Fellist. I do have Mora's Pride maxed out, so for now I'll take you guys through that and I'll show you what I'm talking about with this one. I've just got to set up the actual items, so I'm doing a little bit less damage, etc. Courage base, there we go. If the UI wants to work, it is quite buggy still, even with the co-op as well. Alright, so that's affected, that's good. Alright, so Spirit, I'm going to drop that down to 10. We'll keep Courage at 10. Sorry, Grace. And then, what have we got? 56 damage on the Thistle Bow. So, Jacta, I'm going to bring my Thistle Bow with you so I can share your pain of leveling the Thistle Bow. So 10, 10, 30. And then I'm going to bring the Fly Blades once more. I do have your magic armor set up on those as well. So that does give me a little bit more of a boost. But what I'm going to do is drop them into the rats again. Just for physical armor as well. I can use Skilter actually. And then on this guy, I'm actually going to set the ducks up instead. So Flyblaze, reducing enemy armor by 10, additional smite chance. And then I may actually do the slowing of the orbiting Flyblades. Yeah, slowing movement by 8 seconds. That is actually really, really good. Flyblades operate really well with bow use as well. So Arrow Hail reduces enemy armor. That's okay. What we're going to do instead is Arrow Hail slows enemies. I'm going to show you a really fun setup with that too. Alright, sweet. Is there a way to shoot Odiak faster? Or do you spam left click? Well, what I did show you previously, Calaman, with this standing still, that makes the Odiak shoot faster, plus having these tier 3 squirrel in the attack slot will actually make your Odiak shoot faster. That's what it does. If I took those off, you would see a huge difference between the speed of the damage output for that. Diddley, thanks for the welcome earlier. Work became work for a bit. Don't these people know I'm trying to watch you play a game? Indeed, Diddley. I don't know if you're able to listen yet. Indeed, they need to respect your time with us with Soulframe. That's hilarious. I love that. Zargan, hear what I gather? Tetherin has a base of 5 courage. Oselda has a base of 9 spirit. The Grace Pact is also 5 grace. That makes sense to me, Zargan. Yeah. Yeah. It surprises me, though, that the Spirit Pack, or the Spirit Virtue, is actually higher than the Grace and Courage. I would have assumed it would have been the same. But anyway. So essentially, how I operate with using a Tetherin Pack setup is I generally, hopefully don't die, firstly, and second of all, I jump in and die. That's what I do. Alright. Jacta, if you can bring those enemies back over my way, that would be awesome. Alright, they're coming back over here anyway. Nope, they're aggroed against you. If you use your Pictrix powder on them, that will be able to Alright, so, difference between my Arrow Hail and Jacta's is a lot. I can pull these souls out. 1, 2, and 3. And then I've also got something else called a rune, which is the Arcstone, sorry, the Alkut's Breath rune. And what that does is empowers your weapon with Arcana magic, which is extremely strong. So even on this particular bow, and without even using the first ability Felist, will just completely annihilate enemies. Which is very cool. And that's what happens. They get sent back to heaven. Tetherin, with the Felist ability applied, is very good as well. Calaman followed. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. It is yet to think health play a factor in that. Tetherin has 80 health. Oselda has 0, and Siren has 40 plus. It makes sense, though, that the Oselda Pact does have, like, no bonus to health boost, because you've got the availability of the Elder Bloom healing as well. So, and the healing on Oselda is absolutely insane. It's so good. Even with, like, a little bit of a change since the last Preludes, it's still extremely viable as a healing as well as having the Pact set up within the combat arts itself, being able to oh, there's a scarecrow. Being able to build into sympathy as well. You don't have to build into sympathy though with Oselda, because you've got access to the Elder Bloom. Why are we not getting these 3 stars? Also, I just wanted to let you guys know, if you enter either of these 2 top level dungeons, generally the glades will drop you out specifically at this exit, which is essentially back near your starting area. So as kind of like a semi kind of fast travel, that's how these particular... Oh look, we got a gold bunny. Awesome. 44541. Okay. And I still missed the bonus harmony. Oh well, I don't really need it. Gold bunny. So you will get a gold bunny for specific weapon type, which is the longsword. Some of the other weapons will get a different gold type item or totem that you can capture from the animals that you capture. So this is Felis in action. So I'm going to draw this dude out. If I do a fully charged shot, it will compound the damage. There's 2 shots. Jackda, don't shoot. I'm doing a showcase. I know that you really want to kill stuff. If you do miss shots on Bellis... Nah, you're all good. If you do miss shots with Bellis, though, it will drop the amount of, I guess, counts that you have to be able to utilize Bellis. So, if I shoot, I think it's like 1 more time, that basically will just remove Felis from being active on my weapon. But once you've got it up to a max bonus, you will be able to reapply it. The interesting thing currently about Felis, though, is that if you do not use your weapons, it will not... it won't stop being there. It just lasts forever, basically. So until you use 5 attacks, whether you make the shot, so you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then you can see that the magic actually dissipates off the weapon, and you can tell that by the red thorns not being there anymore. So you will glow a little bit, and also too, using soul mode, every pact has a different look to it. This one gets like some thorny stuff around your shoulders, but granted though too, once you use the second ability, you grow leaves all over you, interestingly enough. So, and vines on your arms, which I think is pretty dope. So I do like some of the additional graphics they've been adding onto the Tethering Pact as well. I just took a screenshot for you, Jack. I'll send it to you on Discord as well. I'm just going to catch up on chat. Hence why I understand the 3-party max now. Yeah. Even though there's no classes in the game, the base is for casting. Then it would be a Zelda, melee tank to be Tethering, and range be Siren. Indeed, that would be right. When I get home, I continue collecting the rest of all the location modes for the XP before they all revamp it on the 25th. Good idea, Diddley. Very good idea. Great idea, and to explore. I'm assuming that you're still at work and you cannot hear what I'm saying. How do you pick up bonus harmony? What do you press? Picking up bonus harmony, if you get the order of the keybinds right, and you hit every single note, when it hits the very end of the chord, you should be able to get more harmony. I don't know if it's been fixed yet or not, but every time that you capture an animal, they give you a totem. There has been a replication issue in the game at the moment, for no one's fault. If you capture an animal and they give you a totem, sometimes they can have a bug where it replicates that particular one times a certain randomized amount. So I caught a bunny and it gave me 107 copies of this particular item. which means I've got a surplus fund of 107 something of those particular copies. So as you can see, I've got an absolute truckload of Harmony just sitting in my inventory now, thankfully. So that's how I was able to get all of my totems maximized, but also the runes, which take about 32,000 Harmony to be able to rank up to rank 3, which is your max level. Whatever number line it's on, example from bottom 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, Zargan, that's right. No, not at all. Like, if you guys have got information, like, step in. Like, I'm more than happy for you guys to do that. You guys are impassioned by Soulframe, otherwise we wouldn't be here. So, to me, that tells me that you guys have an interest and you want to share information as well. So, yeah, you're not overstepping by adding information that's, you know, how to actually play the game. It helps. Oh my god, they actually got a headshot with me. I would really like to see these guys' armor in our inventory at some point. I love the armor set for the archers as well. How rude. Alright, let's go see. Actually, we'll just run through this dungeon, I think. Is this? No, this is the way through. Okay. Anytime that you come to a dungeon or any of the glades as well, you can enter them at your own volition. Meaning, just come and explore. Come and pick everything up that you find. I think I've seen a few people talking about like weapon racks dropping specific items. They are randomized. They don't drop specific steel or anything like that. They will just randomly give you brass or steel. I think there's bronze or something as well. Make sure that you check every little like nook and cranny as well. Like check out corners, check behind your bushes, etc. There's plenty of stuff to find in Soulframe. If you do get lost, Flappy Bird is there to help. He does generally go the correct direction. If he doesn't, just use the icon in your compass up the top for him to actually show you the way. Oh, we got a Benneret. Sweet. These chicks are really strong too. But the runes are stronger. And the loot these guys drop pretty much will drop most of the things that you're going to need eventually. It's just running tile sets. I'm assuming most of you, if not some of you, are Warframers as well. It's very similar in the fact of RNG drop chance. So just because you run a tile set once doesn't mean that you're going to get something the very first time. You will have to rerun tile sets over and over. It's a grinded game. That's the concept of the game. It's, you know, grind until you find everything that you need, basically. I think they fixed the issue with the creature capturing. I don't have more than I should currently. Yeah, I had a feeling they would jump onto that pretty quickly, Zargan, so thank you for saying that. I would assume that they wouldn't really want to... I'm trying to contribute. Jack, you're all good. Honestly, we are in quite a high-level area for the game at the moment. I know 30 levels doesn't seem like that high, but the way that the game is calculating damage output from envoy to enemy level is... we're getting to the point where they've added the Koga system, which is basically you create a potion and you enter Steel Path kind of deal. But if you die, you come out of the dream. So it's kind of like a Kuva thing in a way, I would say. But I really like the concept, and I'm very excited to test out the new the packs or the Paragon packs within Soulframe 2. So that's how you can get a ton of smite happening from the setup that I've put together. I know that there's people who would probably disagree on the smite application, but in all honesty, if I'm getting 3 smites like that and I can regenerate my health times 3, I have no problems with an arrowhead at all. And yeah, I mean, you can basically save yourself from dying all the time. And then you can save your life elixirs for when you actually need them. Which at points you definitely do. Glitchy grass. Yeah, there's a lot of glitches in the game at the moment, Jakta. Like, even if you use your soul mode at points, certain plants or trees, like if you look up here, if I use soul mode, it actually compresses the tree down. So, not exactly sure what mechanic that is that creates that happening. But yeah, if you press and hold soul mode, the trees, plants, there's a lot of glitches within the game at the moment. But it's to be understood too, like a lot of these things will be ironed out eventually. And just because the game is playable at the moment doesn't mean it's completely perfect. It's a work in progress, and that's the whole reason I think the devs opened Soulframe the way that they did, is because we are able to test the game for them, give them feedback, what's working, what's not, all those sorts of bits and pieces. So yeah. Oh, the Exploring Kick Zargon is amazing. Like, it's really, really good. They also patch being able to easily farm bosses by entering a friend's instance after killing them in your own. Oh, did they, diddly? Okay, good to know. Yeah, right. Okay. So that's probably why they entered the 3-hour timer cooldown for all the bosses. That makes sense, and I think that's fair. I would like to see the bosses' timers be reduced, not to like 30 minutes. I mean, that'd be ideal. But I mean, considering the amount of content that we do have within the game at the moment, we've got to understand, like, we work fast, you know? I mean, most of us, I'm assuming, are from Warframe. You guys know what it's like. But you've also got a comparison level of 2 years worth of content in Soulframe, 12 years in Warframe. So, yeah. Hour and a half. Oh, true. So it's an hour and a half for the bosses now. Okay, that's good to know. I thought it was 3. Are you sure it's an hour and a half? I mean, I'm happy if it's an hour and a half, but I have done streams where I've taken out bosses and I've gone back to them and yeah, what's the hour and a half for? Oh, okay. Good for clarifying. Yeah, I agree. I think like an hour and a half rotation for bosses to respawn, I think would be nice. 3 hours is quite a lot. Alright, so now that we're back in the southern part of the area, Jakta, let's go take you to the Mendicant King. And let's take him on, because I think he's actually really fun to take on. I did create a battle royale the last couple of streams between the Mendicant King. I was able to summon a Badagar Stag, and then a lot of the shrimps decided to join in. There was all the henchmen. Also, keep an eye out, Jakta, if you can, just for the Willow Wings as well. They do show up around this area relatively frequently, but not a guarantee. So there we go. So we've got smites galore. And you do have to be fast as well. Unfortunately, the playability of co-op at the moment is still really, really janky. So it can be quite annoying. But as you can see, like using a bow and getting the totems, the rune setup is extremely good against enemies as well. There's a scarecrow over there if you need the fragment too, Jakta. The crypt keys, I can take you through the Saccade as well if you like. We probably could even go through back into your instance as well. Oh look, we got another spawn of a scarecrow. We do have a crypt available. I think there's one near Sawney Way. There is. No, that's Brackenbray. I'm sure that there was one here, though. Although, there is the Cryptus Arcade just in the southeast quadrant. We probably could do, but I would recommend we actually do it through your instance, not mine, because I've actually completed the event. So that is an option that we can go do that if you wish to. It's still 3 hours, yeah. It has some good physical defense. Yeah, the Cicade armor is actually quite good, Jackdo. We could probably go get you the armor if you want. I know the whole puzzle, so if you want, we can do that now. We don't have to do the Minigan King until later. So I've just dropped a waypoint down to where we're going to go. So we'll run this way. Yeah, let's go get you the Cicade armor. It's actually a really cool puzzle too. I probably will switch to the... Actually... I probably could switch to the Oshelda. Or Oselda. The names keep on changing. Oshelda, Oshielda, Oselda. My god. Let's pick a name. Let's stick to it. I just got back into the game after 2 months. About a month and a half my PC was torn apart, so I missed out most of Preludes 10-11. Oh dude, that sucks. What happened? Was it the graphical kind of stuff? Because I swear to god, like when I first got into Soulframe, I run like a NVIDIA 4060, I think. And I thought, oh, this will be great. And then all of a sudden, nope. A lot of the graphics and stuff within the game, I think it just comes down to the like the certifications and stuff that Soulframe has to go through with like the different companies, like NVIDIA, like all the GPU creators, etc. To be able to make sure that, I guess, their engines and stuff can run on them correctly. Give me a soul. Come on, give me a soul. Excusez-moi, s'il vous plaît. Sorti. Keep in mind though, too, Jackdo, we do have a bit of janky stuff going on because it is co-op still. So hopefully that does get fleshed out before the, in like the next week. I'm sure it will. D work pretty fast, you gotta be real with that. Had 2 bent CPU pins. Oh, shiza, that's not good at all. I hope it all got fixed up, dude. That's crazy. It's a cool puzzle. I got my armor set the other day, as well as completed the Triune Pendant. Yeah, the Triune Pendant is actually quite a big one. I was helping another streamer before. They just jumped into Soulframe, and they were doing the Cicade. And I had to be very patient with myself. I did let them know that I was streaming it as well, but I don't really like throwing that out in other streamers' chats. I just don't think it's appropriate to do so. But yeah, they asked, and I was like, yeah, I stream Soulframe. And yeah, so I helped them through that puzzle, which is really cool. So, Jackda, what we'll do, just dip back into your Nightfall, and then separate from the party, and then send me an invite, and we'll go through your Cicade event. And while I do that, I'm going to change my fashion to Orangol, because she's amazing. I might actually change Tetherin though. Or do I want to? I don't know. Yeah, like, I respect other people's streaming spaces and stuff. I don't necessarily like jumping into stream and being like, yo, I stream this game too. I think that's just a dick move. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I mean, you never... Sorry, I'm just gonna grab my phone. You never really know, like, what someone else's option is, you know? Like if you jumped into, like, I don't know, a really big, like, streamer's thing was like, yo, I stream too. Like, it just doesn't look good. If you just click on your exit and you can go show squad, and then just press the X up in your lead squad. Yeah. I can bring O shoulder. I think I might. Actually, you know what? I'm going to switch to a melee. I haven't used melee for a long time. So we've got armor reduction, we've got attack speed, we've got smite chance, and we've got magic armor. We won't do that. We will do that. So I'm going to bring Grin. Because I do want to test two things here. I want to test the 2 and 25 smite, as opposed to Grin 9 and 100. Which is just down the very bottom, just above Verite Polished. So I'll take Grin first, because I do want to test it. Alright, Chukta, you've invited me. Awesome. Alright, we'll see how the rough ride goes with the, the connectivity. It should be okay. Hopefully. It's always a bit of a rough ride. Jumping into someone else's instance, especially when you're streaming too, so... Alright, where are we at? Great. Oh, sweet. Okay, good. So you're still with Silent Rose. Nice. Silent Rose is very good. Lady D. Okay, so... What I'd recommend getting into this particular area, jump up on here. Especially because you're still, like, leveling. If you press soul mode, you can see how many mockeries are around, and we have an absolute shit ton. Also, because we're in a squad. But if you just do a soul steal, basically it should force these guys to start spawning up. And then just arrow hail away. I would honestly recommend doing that. Or they just run away. Where are they going? Oh, they're going up to beat the crap out of the Sinecure. That's hilarious. Oi. Wow. Okay. That makes me think of Minecraft. That's hilarious. Wow. Alright. Come on, creeps. Nope, they're gonna run away. Ah, damn it. Looks like we're gonna have to get our hands dirty. That's alright. I've never pulled a white soul before out of a mockery, so this is a first for a first. But we do want to get the mockeries back here. And so why are they all back here in Soulframe? This is hilarious. Actually, if you've got Siren handy as well, Jukta, if you go into your third ability, Glamour, and fly up behind these guys, you should be able to steal fragments from them. Oh god. Excuse me, sir. And hopefully we can get you some of the... Oh my god. Okay. The mockeries have started a war. This is great. Yay, we got a battle royale. Awesome. Okay. A Bannerat's here too. These chicks can dish out some damage, man. But again, we can too. My lord. Give me your sword. You should be getting some really good levels from this too, Jukta. Especially from enemies that are level 20 plus. The mockeries probably give the highest rate of experience as well, whether you're actively killing them or not. So there is squad, like, affinity range, essentially. But that was very nice. Yeah, sweet. Oh, okay, so you start off with Nettle now. That's good to know. You scared them? Yeah, probably. I'm not talking about streaming unless... Yeah. Ignore the player, go towards the other NPC. Yeah, I know, that was rude. But I mean, look at this, this tree. It's definitely, like, Minecrafty. Jackter, I'm going to send you a screenshot of these after, too. Actually, can we do a family photo? Yeah, sweet. In front of the dodgy tree. That's hilarious. I was very lucky to have Helix Rook and Sarah Loves Archery in squad yesterday, and Sarah sent me a few screenshots. I was like, whoa, what's going on there? And she's like, dude, this is like crazy stuff going on in my instance of the game and co-op at the moment. It was pretty rough. Oh, Jackta, if you jump down in the crypt... Sorry, I just opened up the crypt for us. And then we can run the cicade event. Seems that happens more in a group than play solo. Yeah, indeed. Yeah, I think there's a lot of work that needs to be fleshed out, especially with co-op. But at the same token, it is a lot better than what it used to be honest. So I think because there's so many glitches happening in the build for us, the live build, I certainly do think that the devs will be working on the Alright, there's a ghost nearby. The devs would probably be working on the update. Jacta, I'm just going to take you through certain elements as well. So over here, there's a button on the wall. You can shoot that. Just out through here. So if you just stand where I'm at, there's a button there. And then just run back over here. This bridge will retract again. And if you run and jump, and then at the peak height of your jump, you'll be able to use your weapon. Either your bow or like a melee dagger will work well. But basically, this is the cicade. It is quite good. I would highly recommend using your soul mode, or spectral sight rather, a lot, especially within this tile set. They are different every single time. So what we'll do, we've got a red mural, we've got a green mural, and we've got a blue. You pick the color. I'm going to show you the reason why. Because we've got to utilize all three of those murals, but we have to reset this tile set and run it 2 more times after. Plus, I'm going to get you the armor set as well. I also notice it lets you show if someone playing on lower frame rate. Oh, what do you mean, Dargan? Really? Huh. Ah, I guess that makes sense, because I'm running the frame rate at 120, so if I drop that down to 70... Well, actually, I'll run it at 60. Maybe that's parcel of it. So, if you have this particular room, there is a ghosty over here. Ghosts don't like physical sharp damage, by the way. Don't know why, but bows also have sharp damage. Okay, so this is a puzzle, so don't let this dude kill you. What I'm going to do is run down here. If you bring that ghost down this area, Jacta, I'll show you what to do with him. I do want to boost up the frame rate though, because it's a bit slow for me now. Oh, did you kill the ghost? Damn it. That's right. We'll go find another one. Nuxbag. Hello. This one is for the cicade. It's a fully built set. That's right. I didn't say before. Let's go see if we can find another ghost and draw him out, and we will take him over near that area. There is another coffin in here that we can open. Not sure if frame rate is the right term. 2 groups I joined yesterday mentioned something about theirs is lower than mine. Do I want to continue? Yeah, I mean, yeah. I don't know if the frame rate is necessarily an issue, though. I know that I run at 120 megahertz. I could probably boost it up even higher to like 144. I mean, it's not a show-off thing, but it's the capability of the monitor that I've got. So it does give me a much smoother gameplay. It's just withdrawing on resources while streaming as well. So, alright, let's go see if we can find another ghost, but we need a human-looking ghost as well. So the little dudes won't do. This is for a particular puzzle, which is basically if you run over here and then you keep the ghost on this track in front of you, you bring it all the way up through here, and eventually the statue will come to sit here, and then it will lower this column, and then you get some free shit from it. I'm so professional, I'm swearing, it's great. Alright, so I don't need this area. Alright. Okay. Come on. Follow the reticle, envoy. But highly recommend using soul mode every single time. Let's start with the red sigil. So over here, if you use your soul mode, you'll be able to see the sigils around this room. They will change every single... Oh my god. We can see your eyeballs through your... through your... Oh my god, I need a screenshot. This is awesome. Oh no. God damn it. Can I do it again? There we go. I got a screenshot. Lovely. So we'll get the red sigil first, or the medallion from the Saccade, and I'll show you how to do that. Mine's at 60, probably go higher, yet my TV is not 4K or higher model. Oh, look, I mean, when it comes to quality stuff, like, you know, different, like, platforms like YouTube, Twitch, all those sorts of things, they'll always say, oh, you know, you can upload in 4K. Sure, it looks great. I mean, look, I'm going to be honest. My content, it doesn't look that great. But the information that I share is good. And I know that. I've just got to build something that actually does 4K. Alright, so what we're going to do, let this dude follow us. To keep him interested, just give him a light little poke every once in a while, but don't kill him. Oh wow, his name is also the Butcher. Fresh meat. Actually, can we get a screenshot of him running after us with Butcher? Alright, I won't fuck around too much, because I actually want to teach how to do this. So basically, we've got to fight him right here, in front of one of these coloured murals. And then, once he gets absorbed, don't kill him away from the sigil. You want to keep him, like, relatively close to the front of it, within, say, like, the square that you're in. So, once his star melts into the painting, go and talk to it. Yeah. But then go and talk to the painting as well. What set are you getting? Oh, it's just the Saccade armor that we're getting for Jakta.
I wink at the red sunset with a right sore throat. Must be thirsty for firsties at the flipping dragon. Me don't so right that we cannot die. So another pair of ales for I. An old Joter said I'd drink herself to death. He's like that. I cannot write loud. The Lady Joter fetches fresh fruit. Just now, this burning moonless night, I shall ask for her hand. A ring for her, a crown for I, and best of all, should she decline, I'll ask another, for she's as many sisters here as the tavern has tables, not counting the barrels, of course.
Alright, so that's one part of the Saccade done. What we'll do now is go and get you the actual armor set that you can get from Saccade himself. I may have to Google this puzzle. I think I can remember it from memory. But this puzzle is quite a large one. But if you come through here, there is another door just here that we can open. But it's done by, I think, 10 different buttons. So bear with me while I'm doing this puzzle. I think volumetric fog for a start can absolutely F off. My lord, I really wish that we didn't have to have that for prettier stuff in the game. Alright, so it's just so you guys can see clearly a little bit better of what I'm talking about. So the first button, I can't remember exactly how it was figured out. It was done through the Discord. The whole event had started within, I think, 24 hours. The entire Soulframe community figured it out. So the first button is this one here. I think the second one is this one. I wouldn't be surprised if it's not right, but I'm going to try it. So there's this one. I think there's another one upstairs as well. So that one's the last one that we've got to do. I think there's that one, this one here. There's also one on top of one of these statues, I'm pretty sure. There's one in that wall, and then there's another one in there. I think this one. And then round to this side, there's that one. And then there's another one just down the other way, so... It's not the right sequence. I've already got a feeling it's not, but that's alright. Maybe it'll work. Who knows? So there's that one there. Did it work magically? I doubt it. Nope. I don't think I got that one or this one. Yeah, I'll probably have to, there it is. So there's that one there too. And then that one's the last one. Yeah, I'm gonna have to re-Google this. It's a very weird puzzle. Essentially, every single button within this room, for some reason, had a different glowing sigil in front of them, but you can't really see them. But each player had a particular rune that would show up for them, but not on the same button. So, let me just have a quick Google. It's just the sequence of these. Superb. That is not what I need. We don't want YouTube. Although, I guess we can. No, I'm not using YouTube. I just want an image. That's all I need. My god, there's an absolute ton of stuff at this event too. There we go. I don't want YouTube. I just want an image. Alright, so 1, 2... Yeah, it's a very crazy sequence. So there's one. That's 2. That's 3. And then there's one down here. One of these pillars somewhere. 4. 5 is up on the little wall. 6 over here. 7 is over across the other side. It's a very strange puzzle. I don't know why they set it up this way, but is what it is. That one there is on the wall. 8 is on the statue. Where's 9? Ah, okay. So 9 here, and then I think this should open. Maybe not. Maybe I got it wrong. Alright. Yep. I got it wrong. So that's 1. And then 2 is where? But that doesn't seem right. So every single puzzle room changes. So 2 would be that one. And then 3 would be up on this wall. And then 4 is just behind us. Or should be. On the pillar. Nope, it's that one. And then 5 is the northern pointing one. That doesn't seem right to me. The only thing I find that's really annoying is that the map actually shifts itself around, which is strange. So, 5... Is that in the wall? Okay, that's where I went wrong. So 5, 6, 7 down here. Just on this wall. And then 8 is that one. And then 9 is the one that is inside the wall. Or where it should be. Hang on. Unless I'm misreading this map. 9. 9 is nearby. So it should be the top pillar one. I can't remember if I've done this one or not. I don't think I have. And then the last one is this one. There we go. So that was the right order. So the map is strange. You do, by reading the map, if you find it on like Google, you do have to orientate yourself this way. So that's north, south, east, and west. The numbers essentially stay the same, but the orientation of what you see on the screen is different to what you'll see on the Google map as well. But if you follow the map exactly how it orientates itself, you'll be able to open up that particular vault, which is difficult to do, but there you go. So that's one major part of the puzzle done. So Jakta, this is the second round of the puzzle. So I'm going to kind of speed run through you with this one. If you do want to, feel free to leave a note for all of the other envoys in the game. You can come right up here and leave a note of your experience if you want. The first thing that we need to do is pick up the stone head, which is just over here in this crypt. And then we'll run it over here to the southeastern part of the map, or the room, sorry, and then place it just in here. In the little alcove near where we came through. I'm too old to do this, so you can use my mind, not my body. You can click down on run as well to move a little bit faster with the heads too. Not by much, but it is a little bit more speed than usual. And if you haven't changed your setting within the game, I think you can go into accessibility and, what is it? In your very far right accessibility is hold to sprint. You can actually switch that off, which is good. So once you click down your running button, you'll stay running forever. Alright, so that's the first part done. And then what we're going to do is grab some torches, just to your left, just in this basket. Baby steps. Yeah, totally. Just in this basket here, there's some torches you can grab. and also the loot. It's great. Just roll around if you want to. That'll smash everything. Alright, and then we come straight across here, and then you can light up your torch. And then there should be a sconce, not on the left-hand side here, but there's a sconce over here that you can light. And then that will drop these stairs open. And then I would probably say there's another sconce just down here as well. Just over here. And there's another one just over here. Now, there is a stone head right here, but we leave that for now. There's another stone head in this room that we'll need as well. And there's a button here. You don't have to press it just yet, though. Now, if we come up through here, come up these stairs, just stand on here, and then this cage will open. If you jump through, there's a shelf where you can leave your torch just on the left-hand side, just in here. So if you want to do that. I'll just chuck mine down. And then what you can do is come back out of there. And then we'll walk through this doorway here. So the reason why we put the torch in the shelf is because we don't want to lose the flame. So you pick it back up, and then you can light this torch here. And then inside, if you can't see it properly, use your soul mode. There's another head. If you pick that one up, we'll take it up through these stairs. And then we'll place it on here. So this is one part of the 3 parts that you've got to do for this puzzle as well. But it's far more easier than the last part of the puzzle, which is essentially building an amulet, which is actually really cool to do. The good thing about having torches nearby as well is that these big gates will open up. So I'll drop my torch, and if you want to pick that up, and then come over here, and then swing away, Teshin. Wait, wrong game. Yeah. So just attack this big piece of cloth. There you go.
My worldly pleasures?
Usually that will burn away in solo mode, but in co-play at the moment it's bugged. So there you go. I would probably say, I don't think that you... Well, actually, if you want to drop the torch, I'll keep it with us. And then I'll show you what to do with the last 2 puzzles. So that puzzle is done. Can you drop the torch for me, Destructor? Gimme. I want my torch back. Sweet. Oh, damn it. Oh, right, they're timed. I forgot about that. All good. Alright. And then we'll just go relight this one. And then if you come back through here, there's another stone head. So if you pick that one up, and then we'll take that one upstairs. I mean, I could have left that one for the last one, but, you know, much of a muchness. And then you come up here, and then up the stairs to your left. And then you can place that on there, and then I've left the torch there. Go inside the gate, up the stairs, this one in front of you, and then you'll be able to burn the second tapestry. And then I'll grab the 3rd stone head, and I'll show you what to do with this one. So if you go up on ahead, and then, yeah, burn the tapestry that's in there. Just like what we did before. So just run ahead all the way up to the tapestry, and then set it on fire. So you got to do this one more time. So it's a good idea if you're in co-op, someone can carry the torch and then someone can carry the wood head, or the stone head, sorry. So that one's done. And then if you grab the lit torch, just off the ground, and then we'll finish the last part of the puzzle. Oh no. So we do have some sort of stamina. Alright, you can do the big head then. Alright, come over here. Drop it roughly around here. Actually, you stay right there. Don't drop it. Just stay there. I'm going to go activate that button that we found before. And then move across that bridge that comes across. It's a timed bridge, so you want to be able to move a little bit faster. No. Come back. What are you doing? Okay. Go back up on top of the stairs and just wait. And then cross back over. Oh, the stream's delayed? Yeah, that makes sense. Hang on. That is most likely why. Oh no, that's fine. Alright. So if you keep a hold on the head and then move across that. Okay. And then just move across. No. It just run across the bridge. Move forward. That's what we're trying to do. Hang on, turn around and then run across the bridge. Yeah, run into the middle. There you go. And then just hang out there. And then if you're doing this solo, you can drop the stone head where you're at and then come over here with your bow and then shoot the button. But since there's two of us here, just run across the bridge and then place that just in front of you. And then you can do the honors if you want to pick up that torch, and then you can burn the last part of the saccade. Do you want to pick up the torch and then just do the honors of burning him just in here? There you go. Sweet. And then if you come out through here, the cage in the middle will reveal your new armor set for you. If you come around this side, and you should be able to open up the vault. And there you go. Oh wow, we got 2 Guts Guard? Why? 2 of the Saccade's Helm. Oh, it's per player. Okay. Yeah. All right. Let's dippity-doo-dah. Let's go put on our new armor. Well, your new armor. I love how both of us can be in technically the same instance of the Nightfold as well. It's kind of funny. But yeah, that's essentially like part 2 of 3 with the Saccade. But essentially, like, the Saccade armor is not too shabby, to be honest. It does look really nice in all black. Not gonna lie. Its armor, it's okay. It's not great, but I mean, you know, chunky man. But at least you've got some new armor now as well, which is dope. I am gonna switch back to mine though, because I do prefer some of the other stuff I was wearing. I mean, I could run around with no pants, but I mean, that's kind of awkward, isn't it? But yeah, enjoy your new armor set of this Saccade. Very nice. Yeah, sweet. Wait. Come back. Let's do a family photo again. Yeah. Hang on. There we go. Dope. Dripping in style. Alright, I'll edit those and I'll send them back to you in Discord. I'd probably recommend check over with Tubalcano, or actually, I think you can check your inventory. You should have 3 fragments. The Dust Pendant, the Dawn Pendant, the Midnight, but we'll go back to the and finish up the Saccade, and then I'll take you through the last 2 instances of running this event, so you'll have all of the Dust Pendants, or the Pendants rather, and then I can help you build the Saccade amulet as well. I may actually take like a little 5-minute break though, because I really do feel like making a coffee. Oh, whoops. Why do I still do that? Come on. There we go. Alright, so that's pretty much like the major parts of the Saccade done. Also, Jacto, one last thing. If you want to leave a note here, feel free to. This will be basically like, if you say with honor and select it, you can write something on the... Actually, Jacto and I were here. There we go. So you can proclaim a basically like an intergame note towards everyone. So if you just click on with honor and then up your top left, there's a quill. You can write whatever note that you like, and it will give you the time frame, and all of the other envoys will be able to read it game wide, which is really, really cool. So you can see the most liked messages with the love heart. That's just to the left of the rest well, Sir Saccade. Fantastic, Jacta. That's awesome. Yeah, so you can do that with the world trees if you wish to as well. It's not really a mechanic I personally use a lot, but it's really nice to have it. So we'll run out of this event, and I believe the exit is the left, generally. Assign a tree and had a typo. Oh no. Oh well. Typos happen. This generally will be the exit for the Saccade. So if you jump on, Soz. Yeah. And then 2 statues will move aside. Use your soul mode. Crash through everything as well. Just make sure that you pick everything up. And then there's another elevator through here. And there's a 3rd one as well. And then this is generally the way to get out of the Saccade for most instances. Sometimes it will show slightly differently, but overall, this will bring us out near, fortunately enough, Fort Kernhold, and we can rerun this event twice more with very small amount of time, which is great. So this one's the last one, so if you want to jump on that one, and we can leave. So if you open up your map, once we exit out of here, I'll show you what I mean. Oh, look, we've got more dodgy trees. Hilarious. All right, so this is where the exit comes from with any entrance that we enter in the Saccade. But you'll see directly south of us, there's a Cryptus Saccade. This makes the event extremely easy to run. So we can go do another round, and we can go get the second of the amulets. So I think we've done the red first, I believe. So it's up to you what we choose to do next. It's the blue or the green. It doesn't matter. Just keep track of the coloration of which mural that we've taken care of. And we can go get you the Saccade Triune Amulet as well. And we've got Bonk Stick Lady. Excuse me, wow. Holy. Okay, that was a bit delayed. Nice. Ascension. Do Svidanya. Awesome. Yeah, I'm very excited to get you a rune as well. I just don't know how successful... Oh no, it's a glass cage of emotion. I just don't know how successful the drop rates are for the runes, especially in co-op. I mean, it's pretty janky at the moment. Also a good idea, always release the animals. They can give you totems as well. I don't think every time, but most times they do. Green, going really well. I'm just taking Jacta through the Saccade event, also enjoying the lovely glitches that come along with co-op, which is great. Wow. That tree's dancing. It's like literally, yeah. Wow. You guys see it first. See it here first, guys. Wow. I have a feeling this may actually be potentially something to do with the volumetric wind. Where is it? Yeah. It is. Volumetric wind. That's why. Huh. Volumetrics. I swear. The glitch trees are really a treat. I'll say static for sure. It's because of the video settings. It's the volumetric wind. I've turned off ambient occlusion, volumetric fog as well, because it's an absolute disaster. But it's a volumetric fog. Wind. That's what it is. Glitch fixed. There we go. What a fix. But the dancing tree was pretty dope. Also, Jacta, if you want, you can come at this angle and then just jump back on the roof here, and then you can kind of save yourself from the pain of dealing with the the armored dudes. Yeah, there's a gold chest generally on the left-hand side of that crypt pretty much every single time. What's the setting that makes it look like a hazed fog? That one is the volumetric fog setting. My god, these guys really just don't want to die. Make it rain. Wow. This is dope. Arrow Hail in its entirety. That's crazy. So, also too, the slow totem on the bows essentially freezes enemies in place if you keep casting the Arrow Hail. Alright. Get out of here. Sweet Christ. Okay. What was that? Volumetric fog, ambient occlusion, I would highly recommend turning off. And also the volumetric wind, apparently. And it literally frees up a whole bunch of resources on my end, which is phenomenal. And the clarity of the game is so much better. Yeah, wow. The movement is like 3,000 times better. Alright. That's going to be a YouTube video. Settings to not recommend. Volumetric fog, ambient occlusion, and volumetric lighting. Ambient occlusion, volumetric wind, volumetric fog quality. Turn them all off. I still do have distortions on. I don't really need that. Glare, you can get rid of that. Film grain, not really sure on that. Actually, no, film grain I leave on. But movement-wise, holy shit, that's so much better. Yeah. Yeah, you can finally take a hit. Yeah. All right, let's go get the, your choice. Which of the emblems would you like to get next? The blue or the green, Jacta? Oh, you're going to make a coffee? Dope. Let's do a BRB. I'm going to bugger off and make a coffee. I'm sure that you guys need a little bit of less screen time and me waffling on about stuff. I second that video. Yeah, shit yeah. I'm going to put that up. Because honestly, I think there's going to be a lot of people being like, holy shit. Why is my GPU frying? So don't take my settings as gold. I'm literally actually going to do a live one with you guys, if that's all right. And then I'll put it up. Because honestly, there's been a whole bunch of shit that I've been playing around with for like weeks. I won't be swearing in the video, obviously. But let's go through it as if you guys aren't here, and I'll do a live kind of record thing. Just so I could go through a lot of the settings and stuff. Because honestly, I've been playing a lot with medium settings and lower GPU particle quality. That actually gives you a much cleaner image, which is really, really nice, depending on your GPU as well. But anyway, let's take a 5-minute. I don't have a timer on, but please believe me when I say I will be back before for like 5 minutes. I will be. So it's 11:20 now AM. So whatever time it is for you, add 5 minutes. I'm just going to go get a, what GPU do I have? A NVIDIA 4060. I keep it like the box is like right down there so I can check. I can probably pull specs, but I think also too, being extremely clear on different systems, like RAM, motherboard, CPU, GPU, etc., they are all contributing factors to the game's operation, basically, as well. So, mine's a 4070. Nice. Way to one-up me there, Zargan. Just kidding. Yeah, 4070 I would have gone for, but I got this one on a very, very good price point, and I thought, nah, it's 4070, 4060, much of a muchness. I just went with the 4060, and I got it for like, it was like 200 and something bucks, as opposed to what it was like close to 500, I think. So yeah, the 4070 is great. So I am kind of waiting to kind of see out what's going to happen with the, actually, let's make it a thing. If I take a seat, if you guys claim sit, that means we're on break. All right, I'm going to just quickly bounce out, make a coffee, and come back, and then we'll keep going with the cicade. So, BRB. Okie dokie. Lemon Smoky. I am back. Thank you. I definitely needed that little caffeination hit. Alright, cool. Alrighty, cool. Jackda, just let me know what you would also like to do with the two different colors that we get to choose. So we've got blue or green left of the fragments of the talisman. Oh, and there's a little ghosty right there. Sneaky, sneaky. I've got your butt right in my face. Butt stream. There we go. I'll send that one to you too. Green? Sweet. Good choice. Sometimes the sigils can appear above where we're at. If you use soul mode, you can kind of cheese this a little bit, this room. Sometimes you don't have to do the upstairs area to be able to get the stuff out of the rooms, or the crypt rather. So thank you. Oh, it's starting up screen? Of course it is. Hang on. Let's restart. There we go. There we go. Cool. I do want to set up the activation, voice activation of scene switching. I do have the capability of it, but I'm going to wait for it. So, ooh, okay. So we've got the green sigil in here, which is good, but we also have the opportunity to do this puzzle now. So if we let this dude come through here, and then I'm just going to aggro him a little bit. So try not to kill him though. Basically you want to drag him down to this puzzle, and then if he's in front of the statue, it'll keep moving. Ah, no. Okay, I'm dead. If we don't die, we don't have to do this particular tile set once again. So if you can draw him... Okay, that's right. It is a bit hard to do because they are quite strong, and they're real pain. But what I can do, I can switch to Oshelda, and I'll keep healing up, because that's generally the easiest way to bring this dude to get the reward. So bear with me. I'm just going to switch over to the Oshelda, so we've got some healing action going on. Default Oshelda. Mr. Green Man. Alright. What have we got? Have we got the... Alright, so we got the courage dudes on. Wait. They are so high though. Why is the damage attack 118 now? What? Ah. I think I just figured something else out. Nope. No, I didn't. Why is that so high? You guys are seeing this, right? So that's 104. Oh, the UI's busted again. Yeah, that didn't seem right. Okay, and that's 104. That's 100. Huh. 86. Wow, okay, so it is taking a while. But that's the one I know is Spirit Attunement, but it's showing its courage. Alright, so that's at 78. There we go. Courage, 80. So we'll drop that down to 23, I guess. And then pump that up to 17, which is the cap base. 111, and then 18. 112. Okay. Does that go any higher? No. Okay, so the cap is definitely 18 for the courage achievement of the Oshelda, which is great. Alright, cool. I will bring Green Funky Man. Alright, so let's go back to the Saccade. How the hell did we come over here? Ah, right, we died. Okay. Alright. So let's do round 2. Alright, buds. Come on. Wake up. Wow, they are super tanky. Come on, just die. Alright, so there's one soul down. Nice try, buddy. Come on, bud. There we go. Not the best or ideal setup for these guys, but considering that it's co-op, damage is definitely reduced. There is a gold chest just behind this crypt on your right-hand side there too. I have no idea what it drops. Drax and patch leather. Okay. Cool. Alright. I don't know if that puzzle will respawn though. Maybe we'll get lucky and get the Matrix style hallway. Alright, so this has pre-generated the upstairs crypt to be available. So it's always good to be able to pick up stuff as well. Sweet. Alright, what do we got here? Ooh, is this the rolling ball? Ah, hello. Creeps. Oh, it's the rolling ball. Awesome. Run up here, and there's a little side... Sorry. There's a little side step that you can take right here, just above you. But you can jump down from it. It is worth coming in here for a bit of, like, the loot stuff, if you want to. But there's the elevator just here. And then there is a secondary ball of doom as well. Which should be just from above, I think. Yes. Holy shit. And it got us both. At least it didn't kill us. Surprisingly. Aren't they reminiscent of Elden Ring? At least I don't follow you. Ugh. Those enemies. Jesus. Alright. Okay. So it did actually pre-generate the same tile set, which is great. Alright. Ghosty Man. Where are you? I need you. Alright, so the green is over here, and then the blue is over here as well. So we can only do these one instance at a time, unfortunately. And then, hopefully, we can get another Ghost Man somewhere. Yeah, it legit is Indiana Jones, hey? Alright, so this is the main event, so we'll bring Cicade over to where we need him. Come on, bud. So it is a good idea, essentially, to do the armor run before doing the finale of this particular set. He will get stuck sometimes, but eventually, if you come near, he will follow you. Come on, over here. Come on. He does get pretty aggressive, though, so keeping that in mind. So we've got the green sigil over here. And then just try to keep him within this little square area. And that'll basically guarantee his... his demise, basically. Oh, look at that giant cicade head. That's hilarious. So there's one. He's also called the Butcher again. At least his shoulder's healing works now. Alright. And then I guess you can click on the mural again, and it should play another thing. Cool. And then that should give you this second fragment for these ones. And then essentially what we could do is just leave the tile set and then come back through for the last one, which is blue. There is a ghosty man in here, but we won't worry about the other little crypt thing. This is also another exit style to the crypts sometimes, not every time. But it's essentially just ascend the stairs and you're out again. Which is lovely jubbly. Yeah. Tis very cool. Alright. And then we're up. Cool. And then we can run that one more time. Okay. Sweet. Okay. All right. We'll do the last fragment, and then I can show you pretty much like how the puzzle of the cicade all comes together. It does depend on time frame within the game as well. So it's day and 12 minutes time, but we'll see what the time frame for the game is once we get the last fragment. Essentially, it'll save you time. Ooh, these are level 30. Nice. I'm assuming these guys are armored. Okay. Mockery, what are you doing? Oh man, I missed. Oh well. Yeah, I'm assuming that these guys are armored. You can definitely hear it. Alright, there we go. My lord. Alright, let's jump down into the crypt one more time. There is a dire skull that drops out of this chest, which is nice. And there's just a gold chest there for you, Doctor. Dope. So I've got the blue one left, and then I can teach you a little bit more about how to get through the puzzle. More specifically with the amulet itself. It's 4 hours and 2, so it's probably the longest stream I've ever done. So I've certainly hit a PB. I don't know if you can actually res another player yet. I don't think that you can. I wish you could, but I feel like that may actually be something that's going to be coming through. I think P12. And granted too, because we're in a squad, damage is increased for both us, but also the defenses of enemies, which is pretty crazy. My recommendation, Doctor, though, would just be let the enemies probably even just take you out, and then I can rerun with you. All right. All right. We'll just watch the Jacta cam. That could be a thing, Jacta cam. That's awesome. All right. There we go. Enemies have definitely got the upper hand, I think, in certain areas, especially with the damage increase that they have now, especially in co-op mode. I find that interesting. A good thing about like getting these chests though, you can get lucky and get some pretty good drops from it every single time, which is nice. So we'll just have to go find the blue sigils, and hopefully it's not too far away from where the cicade's at. So there's that. Oh, cool. Okay, it's this tile set. Nice. Ah, that's right. Oh, this puzzle. Okay. Hey, bud. I forgot about that. Now. I've got to remember how to activate this. I cannot remember. I mean, we could cheese it. That's how. Alright. I forgot about this puzzle. God, it's been a while. Arangor's Fang, are you shitting me? Wow, okay. Good to know that it spawns from here. Did you get an Arangor's Fang fragment by any chance, Jacta? Hope you did. That thing is super rare. I think after blue. Yeah, I'm probably going to wrap up after we get the blue. And then if you want, what we can do is look at doing the talismans another time as well. Because it does take a little while. Oh, you didn't get there? Maybe just check your inventory. Go into your second last tab, labeled fragments. Scroll all the way down and see if you've got like a little claw-looking thing. I really hope that you got Arangor's Fang, but I have a feeling that they're individually dropped. Luckily enough, I've got mine, but I was hoping that you got yours too. I think you only need about 2 of those, maybe 3. I have a feeling it's 3. Which is unfortunate. Because it is an uber rare item at the moment, which is annoying. It's not that great of a loss, though, to be honest. It's got 2 points in grace, 1 point in spirit. So it's useful, but not as good as the Wizard's Wish and the... Okay, you didn't get it? Okay, that's right. It'll drop eventually, but I'm sure a lot of the drop tables will be revamped within the Preludes 12 update. I can't see you. I can hear you though. Where are you at? Oh, if you come up and then straight ahead from where you are, you'll see me in the middle of the room. Or are you up there? Oh yeah. Nope. Where'd you go? Hola. Sweet. Okay. There's another puzzle in here. there is a button just behind the statue's head as well. So if you force aim, it's by pressing your block button. You should be able to aim out that button just behind the statue head. If it wants to work for me. Nope. Did we get it? Nope. There we go. And that lowers this crypt in the middle, and we can get another chest. And there is a bust head that we need to find from one of these 3 crypts as well. It's generally the last one that you look. It's just in the back corner here. I'll do my leg day, which, funny enough, I actually did do leg day today. And then we just drop around here, and then there's a chest just outside the gate. Hopefully, you get the Orangor's Fang. I got Sapperline and Drax, which is great, because we got lots to spend. Yeah. Saccade. So there's blue. The main hall, I believe, is just up here. So I'm assuming that the blue sigil will be on one of the walls in here. So before we get the Saccade happening, maybe not. Alright, so we're gonna have to find the blue sigil. So that's the exit, and that's on the north part of the map. This is the puzzle room. So we'll just let the Saccade just do his thing at the moment. Alright, so it's not in there. I don't... If you can use soul mode, actually, Jakta, can you see the blue sigil on the walls anywhere? It may be bugged out for me. Alright, well, he's coming this way. So green's up there. Red's there. So blue is going to be in one of the smaller locations, unfortunately. Sometimes it's in one of the smaller rooms. So it can be a bit harder to take him on. That's right. I'll see if I can find it. Oh, blue. Where are you hiding? It can't be too far away. So red, I bet you it's upstairs around the corner, down a hallway. Guaranteed. Alright, Saccade, where you at? Actually, I do want to confirm that before I run around again. Is it in this room? No. Yeah, right. It'll probably be upstairs around a corner, down a hallway, in a small room. All by itself. Nope. I went upstairs. So there's green, there's red. And yeah, blue is on the right-hand side up here. So if you just want to hang there, I'll see if I can bring the Saccade up for you. Oh, Saccade, I need your wares. Come on. Don't be a creep. Come on. Oh, you got a soul steal? Nice. Okay. Come on. Come on, bud. We need you one last time. Come here. It'll be really fun. Come on. Don't get lost. Come on. Care for a wager? Sure. I don't want to kill you, though. Not yet. Come on. Round the corner. Come on. Good boy. Come on. Over here. Come on. And then Jackdaw, if we jump up on this crypt in front of the sigil, generally will guarantee his demise. Indeed. And then, yeah, if you want to claim your last sigil or fragment and the tapestry, you're all done. For now. Oh, yeah. Awesome. GG's, my friend. So, now that you've got all the 3 fragments, there is another part, or final part, to be able to get the triune amulet. So, what you've got to do, essentially in a nutshell, is wear each fragment at a specific time frame. So if you go into your codex and then come down to your notes in the very bottom tab, go to the Crypt of the Saccade tab, and it will basically give you the entire like information that you need to decipher how to actually make the triune amulet. So essentially there's the Kernhold, all arranged, 7th bell, go to the market, 3 diamonds in hand, deal the rest, What you're looking for is blue, red, and green. So at I wake at blue sun's rise, that means you wear the blue amulet in morning time, and then daytime you wear the red fragment of the amulet, and then at nighttime it is the other one, the green one. Yeah. So what you can do if you want to is find your fragments or your necklaces, your totems, whatever you want to call them, medallions. Where are you? You can actually tab and see the actual description of the dusk pendant, which is red. The dawn pendant is, sorry, the blue sun. And then at midnight is the green moon. So what that means is like you've got your half-hour cycles. So in daytime, in 12 minutes, you could technically bounce back to your nightfold and put that particular fragment on, and then you go up against the Saccade one more time, and then basically what you do is follow the nighttime to morning to noon cycle, and then you'll be able to capture each soul in each of these in locations around Midrath, and then you bring them back to Tuvalkane, and then she will craft you the Triune Amulet, which is actually really good. It's a 3-point boost spread for your envoy as well. It also shows the colors for them. Yeah, I think they weren't doing that. I think they did do that originally. I can't remember. But that's essentially how to finish up the Saccade event, just by looking through the Crypt of the Saccade, and then reading the story, and then wearing those corresponding amulet fragments. in and around Midrath until you actually find the Cicade running up and around you. So essentially the Kernhold is 2 of the amulets, one at morning time, one at nighttime, I think. And then the last one, you can actually go up to the Drip and Flagon area with the little township that's above, and the Cicade should show up there for the 3rd amulet. So I'd recommend doing the Cicade around the Kernhold for the first 2 amulets, and then finalizing out with the 3rd one for the Drip and Flagon. That's how I'd go about it anyway. But yeah, that's essentially the entire Cicade event. I think there's like slightly more efficient ways of doing it. Excuse me, but I did find doing the first amulet fragment and then doing the armor puzzle, the big puzzle in here, and then getting the armor for the Cicade was far more effective and efficient rather than running around for the armor first and then doing a fragment. I prefer to just do one fragment, do the armor, and then get the last 2 fragments, and then yeah, run the fragments at a later stage. So there you go. That's the Cicade in a nutshell, essentially, which I actually really still enjoy. It's a very cool tile set, and the puzzle generation is quite nice, and the fact that we've got the event still within the game is really, really nice. So I hope to actually keep it in the game, because it is quite good. I would like to see the tile sets be expanded, and potentially more like depths to the crypts, basically. I think would be really, really nice. So so yeah, you do get the Mora Rises, which is the red sun. So this one, I believe, Morning Tide. I think it's the one that you've got to wear up near the Drip and Flagon as well. But you can find the Cicade around Kernhold as well. So just making sure the Cicade jumps up. I actually just got a negative on the Whisperings as well. That's interesting. So I may be losing items being collected. I'm not too worried about it though. I need to find more spider thread for the last reader mask. Yeah, I mean, there's a few different locations. Over near Kombucha, near the Weaverwood, there's spiders all the way through the Neathans, and also up here in the Neathans as well, in the northwest quadrant as well. So they're the best ways to get the spider threads that you need. Excuse me, but also the what's it called? The corrupted. It's what the Cabbage Patch Kids drop. Where are we? It is River Pearl. No, they are the Rotted Fronds. That's what the little Cabbage Patch Kids drop as well. So yeah. All right, cool. Well, I think that'll wrap up stream. I'm surprised it is my longest stream I've ever done at 4 hours and 23 minutes and 40 seconds. So, well, now technically over. But, Jacta, everyone who's been in chat, it's been an absolute pleasure streaming once again as Soulframe. I am looking forward to putting a few bits and pieces together for the weekend. So I do have the schedule up for Saturday and Sunday. I know a lot of Twitchers or streamers don't generally tend to do a lot of streams on the weekend. Some do, some don't, but I'm choosing to shift my schedule to a Saturday, Sunday, which essentially will be a Friday nighttime for you guys, and Saturday as well. So, because technically I'm a day ahead. Zargan, pleasure. Honestly, I hope you guys learned a whole bunch of stuff with Soulframe. And thank you very much for doing the stats on the different spread of the base packs as well, Zelda, Tetherin, and Siren. Jacta, one last thing. With Siren, I would honestly recommend building into your health and rooted, your defense for stagger, getting your akin completely maxed out, but then also building into sympathy and voided. I would build into sympathy first, Reason being is because when you steal a soul, you regain life on smite, or a soul steal, more correctly. But you'll find the more you build into that voided and akin, your survivability will definitely go up. Everbound is useful as a maximum life increase, absolutely. And then build it your way, essentially. But essentially, that's the way that I would be building Siren if you've started with it. And with your virtues, you won't have as many points just yet, but I would recommend, if you can do at least like 15 grace, especially if you're leveling up the Thistlebow, eventually you'll get to a point where you can diversify more of your points into different stats. I would recommend dropping grace completely, even though you're using a Thistlebow. Spirit, drop that right down, and then courage, I would boost all the way up for your decoy bomb build, basically. But I'm sure that I can run you through that more when we do another run. So they should fix the upper section. Have to spend more time to get courage and Everbloom. Yeah, I have been thinking about the upper section as well. In a lot of the packs, what I would think would happen, because this is a spirit-based pact, Iridis's Favor would be here, Sapphine's Gift would be over here, and Mora's Pride would be here. I'll show you a few other ones as well before I wrap up. Tethrin, I think, is actually set properly. No, it's not. Mora's Pride is all the way over here. It makes zero sense to me why Mora's Pride is here, when this is specifically a courage-based pact. I think that's a bit of a not great setup at all. Where some of the other packs, they do have Iridis's Favor here and Sapphine's Gift here. I think it may be Orangol or Garen Rude from memory. Yeah. Iridis's Favor is here. Sapphine's gift is here. And then Mora's Pride is still there. So for most of the packs, Mora's Pride is over on the very far top node, which for me, Tethrin should have Mora's Pride here, Spirit, and then Grace. Because Grace is the most useless for Tethrin as well. And I think with Garen Rude, I think it's similar setup, to be honest. No, that one's a spirit-based one. Grace is there, and then Mora's Pride. If we had the option to be able to shift these around, that'd be phenomenal, personally. But look, we'll see what happens with P12 when it comes out. But as far as it stands, yeah, I agree. Those nodes should reflect what you're boosting into the pact, because that will help newer envoys understand what the packs actually do as well. And in an alignment with your virtue stat spreads, it does not make sense for like courage based packs to have to work so hard to get even more courage over here. It just doesn't make sense to me. It makes sense to have that there, so you're building into that particular stat spread. But I can also see it from a developer side of view, or at least like a creative sort of view. You know, let's give them like range, grace, here, spirit, and then getting into, you know, the deeper elements of damage output. I get that, but I still feel if you're teaching someone about your setup, I think it makes far more sense for Tethrin, especially, to have Mora's Pride over here, or whatever stat virtue that you want to build into should be here, and then you have the choice for duration and then range. It just doesn't make sense to me to have Sapphine's Gift as the very first node for it to go into, but that's just my outlook on that. All right, there we go. Oh, Shelda. Oh, Zelda. Oh, Shielder. Whatever it is called. Yeah. It just, I can see why you would put a few barriers in between to get to the juice, you know. I get that. But if you're teaching someone how to build a pact from scratch and you don't even know what a pact is, what it does, I can understand, you know, with the new player experience that's going to be coming through, I'm actually really excited to look at it. And hopefully I get to experience it. I don't think that I can, because I do have extra codes, but I just don't want to continue making other accounts. So I do have two. So I do have my main one and I do have my testing account. So I am very excited for P12 to see what it's like. Potentially I may actually invest in my secondary account to have a Paragon Pact set in there as well, just for testing. But overall, I think I really want to focus on the main account for now, for playability and just showcasing a lot of stuff, but then going through and doing replay throughs and just seeing the things that have changed within the game. So yeah, that's pretty much, smooth thoughts for all of you this afternoon. But also, thank you very much for spending time and just hanging out. It's been really nice to see you guys just chill. So I can see a few of you guys still here. Maggie, Jera, hello, welcome. I hope you enjoyed your Soulframe stream, and I hope you enjoyed the raid as well. Nuxbag, you're still here. Zargan, always appreciate you. Zeev, I don't think I believed me before. 12, I'm assuming is your name. I have not met you before. And Bapacat, hello. I do see you in chat as well. So overall, like, I think we've all got, different outlooks on things, but I still think it makes the game better. So I hope whatever I say, you guys take on board as in, okay, cool, can agree or disagree. That's completely fine with me. Overall, I think I've enjoyed P8, 9, 10, now 11, and now 12. So I'm very excited for the updates that are going to be coming through. So thank you very much for chilling out, watching. I hope you have garnered some sort of information that has been useful. And yeah, I'll probably be doing possibly a stream tomorrow, but certainly focusing on the weekend streams now as well. So I've got a new contract, which is very exciting. So that's going to take up my week time. But who knows? I may want to escape to Alka from our world for a little while. So take care of yourselves, sleep well, get some rest. Take some nature time if you can. I'm certainly going to be doing that after this stream. I'm actually shocked that I've streamed for as long as I have, 4 hours and 30 minutes. That's crazy. So yeah, thank you very much. Enjoy, take care of yourselves and each other, and I will see you guys in the next one. Ciao for now.